ESL One Cologne Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, and GG Bet.
Welcome back to ESL One Cologne, powered by Intel. My name is Frankie Ward. I'm hosting, assisted, I suppose. No, not assisted, usurped by Harry and Hugo. They're going to be doing the heavy lifting as we go into our first matchup between NiP and OG. And Harry, your first ever ESL One Cologne. Are you excited to get started?
Oh, I'm actually so excited. Like, for the first time in a long while, I was very, very nervous. I was like trembling as we headed into today. I cannot wait. I am physically overjoyed, Frankie. I cannot wait to hit the ground running with this one. And we have a great matchup to start the day with.
We do, and I mean, there was a lot of jumping around.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement, right? I'm very mobile, very versatile.
Yeah, this man, I'm moved completely. Are you not happy to be here?
I'm a statue, Frankie, but we have got the space to move. That's nice. You know, a distance desk. We could give Harry all the room to swing his arms out and set his wings in the air. Keep him away from me.
Wings.
We've got 2 weeks to give you some moves. We'll choreograph a full routine for the grand final, but we haven't even kicked things off yet because, as I've already mentioned, it's going to be OG versus NiP. And NiP, they've been doing this rebuilding process for a really, really long time. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they perform coming from the other side of the player break, because it seems like now Hampus has had a little bit more time to bed himself in. Hugo, there might be some different tactics coming from NiP today.
Yeah, this was like a bit of a controversial move at the start when NiP made this this change. They were looking good at the beginning of the year. Lecro leaves, Hampus joins, and the coach threat said this was more of a long-term plan, right? They wanted to bring in a real in-game leader. Lecro was just kind of taking that role, and not to say he was bad at it. We know how good he is individually, but Hampus, as a real in-game leader, given time, they've had the player break. They haven't played any officials in over a month, and NiP hopefully are going to come in with a lot of new strategy, a lot of new identity into Cologne, because I think there's a lot of pressure on them to perform here, considering that move.
There really is, and we wanted to find out more about NiP and what was happening with them, because they are the renewed NiP, and I know that our ESL production team, they've been doing a little bit of investigation. They've been hanging out with the Ninjas just to try and find out what's going on with the rebuild. And I actually spoke to Hampus in an interview, and I'll tell you what he told me very shortly, because we have got the results of ESL's investigation ready for you now.
We only stop to start the game, and with this musical chain, they said we're mad. El Loco.
It is said all good things must come to an end. But Counter-Strike's love affair with the ninjas in pajamas was a romance few wanted to finish. These days, NiP's identity has taken on a whole new form. A youthful lineup makes Twist the most senior player in the team, with Rez and Threat the only pieces still remaining from that famous day in 2017. Lopsky, Hampus, and Nock all come in as prospects that look to emulate the idols that came before them. The Ninjas will now look to create a new brand of dynamic Counter-Strike worthy of their predecessors. The organization has turned the page. The players must now write the next chapter.
And the players have already started rewriting the next chapter, because when I spoke to Hampus earlier this week, or I suppose last week, it feels like ancient history now, he was telling me how basically they switched all the roles. When he first joined, he was just sitting in Lecro's old seat, taking all his old positions, but now change is afoot. And one of the big ones is Twist. He's given up the primary AWPing duties. He's handing them over to Nork, who we know is a demon with a rifle, but what do we think we're going to see from Twist in that role?
Yeah, well, I actually, it felt like we started to see this seeping in, right, towards the end of like RTR and stuff like that. You know, we started to note that it was getting picked up more and more by Nork. Twist was kind of taking it on the back foot a little bit. And now this change feels very, very official. And I'm a big fan of that. I don't know about you, Hugo, but I was very impressed with what we saw with Nork on that primary AWP. And I think that Twist, you know, he can still offer a hell of a lot in that secondary AWPing role on the maps that kind of lend that to the NiP side.
Yeah, well, you mentioned maps, and actually you talk about that seeping in. Yeah, on a map like Nuke, for example, we would often see Nork over in that garage position. Rifle or AWP didn't really matter. Twist took ramp. So, you know, that was already hinting at a bit of a change of roles, considering you typically want to have your main AWP outside. But yeah, Twist, he's a more than capable rifler. And considering Nork has been primary AWP in many of his old teams, I think this is a good change. And I like the fact that NiP are switching up the roles, right? For sure, short term, you know, putting Hampers just into Lecro's position makes a lot of sense, but they've had the time to put in the preparation, and hopefully it will show today.
Well, a team that's already been doing preparation and then competing in not one but two tournaments is, of course, OG. This is a roster we're all waiting for. We're so excited to see Alexi V and MVK united on a squad. And yet, so far, Harry, the results, they have
the players IGLs in this one, and so as a result, it feels like, you know, maybe there's that case of like too many chefs in the kitchen, right? So I think it was always going to be a case that there was like a bit of a balancing act to find. You know, you want to find, well, who is the guy making the calls? Obviously, they've lent in favor of Alexa B doing that, but whenever we spoke to him back at Pro League and Road to Rio, there was like that kind of understanding that, yeah, the other guys do still weigh in, and we're like trying to balance that out exactly and how we're trying to go about it.
Well, you mentioned calls, and I want to say that we've got MVK on the line as our very first guest here in our shiny new studio. Nathan!
Hello?
Hello! Bonjour!
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm very good. How are you guys?
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm great, man. I'm great. I'm just happy to be here. I'm sure you're happy to get started playing again, man.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we obviously started already, and it was sort of the warm-up tournaments for us. And now we're obviously getting into the big ones. So yeah, really excited to start playing here.
Well, congratulations on qualifying for Intel Extreme Masters New York. But semi-finals at DreamHack Open.
Yeah.
Are you satisfied with the placement and the performance at that event?
Not really. I mean, as a team, I guess we can be, in the sense that we really pushed big to their limits, and we showed that we were competitive in that sense. But to me, as a competitor, I felt that that was our trophy and nobody else's. So yeah, I mean, disappointing because we want to win and we could have won this one. To be fair, qualifying was again like the minimum we had as a standard for us. So no, I mean, I expect better from the team, and I think the team expect better from ourselves. And again, we have to prove it. There is no other way than just expectations.
Nathan, I got to ask you a question about one of your teammates, Mantu. He's a big talking point, right? Recently stepped down to deal with some injuries. You know, obviously, I want to ask firstly how that has affected practice. Has that got in the way with him taking a break? And also on top of that, since he's been back, he's looked so good online, and as in that New York qualifier, is he back better than ever? What can we expect here in Cologne from him?
He's still in the process of getting that completely healed up. We were pretty lucky in the timing, in the sense that we had a month break, so he could really take care of his hand and do everything that he needed to do to really hit up. And yeah, I mean, it's not 100% yet, but he's really close to that. And regarding practice, he practices the normal way with us. Obviously plays all the official games, but I mean, health would always come first. If he has troubles again, if he cannot play for
sure.
one or another reason, we will make it somehow, because his career is more important than a few online games. So yeah, he's just doing everything he can just to get better. And yeah, I mean, I think so far he's been looking pretty good, as he has been the past 6 months.
MBK, there's so much pressure on the shoulders of OG. There's so much expectation because of the players that you have. I mean, you, for example, you're a legend.
Yeah.
What is it going to take for OG to really threaten that top 5?
I mean, we can take games here and there. We can beat some top 5 teams for sure. We've proven that in RMR the last ESL Pro League. Now it's a matter of consistency and not being challenged by the teams that are below us as well. To me, it is very important that in order to secure a top 10 spot, top 8 spot, to not be frightened by the teams that are like top 20, top 30. And so that comes with consistency. So we really need to have our game very clear, consistently produce individual performances that are relevant to a top 5 level, and that's the only way we can make it. I mean, there's no way around it. Like, all the top 5A teams are extremely good individually. They have everything set and locked down, and we have to be the same way. Like, we cannot have any excuse that we are an international team. We have this, we have that. We're all on the same level. We chose to make that team, and it's up to us to just be better and work and win.
Well, we'd love to ask you about NiP, but we've run out of time because you need to go and get ready to play a match. So thank you so much for joining us, MBK. Good luck to OG. And, well, they need consistency, but do they have a good enough game in the first place, Hugo?
I mean, we'll have to wait and see, right? Like, that's a big question mark, I think, for every team coming into this tournament. What have they worked on in the player break? How are those map pools going to be changing? Have teams, taken the bad maps and improved them? Have they just refined their better maps and tried to stay fresh? There's going to be a lot of question marks, especially for a team like OG, who have been playing games recently, versus NiP, who haven't touched Counter-Strike officials. And so for OG in this matchup, how much research can they really do on a new, fresh NiP squad? Not a lot.
I'm really interested to see what happens once we're ready for the veto, because NiP, they've just started playing Dust 2. They've got that double AWP setup. They know they can place Nork and they can place Twist on that map. In fact, we're ready for the veto right now. So I want to see if my prediction's right. I also am thinking Inferno for OG. I know Mirage is their comfort pick, Harry. But let's go ahead and get into this one. Predictions?
Yeah. I don't really... That's the thing. Coming out of the player break, I always think it's a lot harder to know what teams are going to lean towards, right? Like, this isn't the case that you're going to be like... Because, you pitch Dust 2 as a possibility. I think it's very, very likely that we see it in this series, but it's more about, like, who's the team to pick into it, right? Because that's also a very good map for OG. That said, bearing in mind this AWPing change, I feel like, how much consideration are they going to weigh on something like that? It is the Inferno pick from OG. Frankie, you're off to a good start here. Let's see if we get a bit of Dust 2. It's actually going to be Train from NiP. Now, I see you looking a little bit disappointed there, Frankie, but I understand why this one's come in. This was one of the maps that we saw Nork really start to pick that AWP up in the beginning, and he looks so damn good on it. I think the double AWP for him and Twist on Train is absolutely devastating. So I'm very happy that we have that appearing in the pool right now.
Yeah, don't be surprised to see Dust 2 as a third here. It's actually going to be banned out by NiP. They don't want to take on OG here, and I think that's good as well. If you know that you've been doing prep on Dust 2, save it for later. Save it for an opponent that maybe doesn't main this map, because, OG do love a bit of Dust as well. The Vertigo nuke bans coming in first, that's normal. NiP showed a lot of promise on Vertigo near the end of Letcro inside of this team, and, of course, OG on nuke, that's an Alexibi classic. So, yeah, Inferno being our first map of the series, this is where you love to start.
But it feels like NiP, they really want this. We've already talked about them rebuilding themselves. OG, if it goes to 3 maps, maybe they're going to regret picking Mirage, because there is so much evidence out there of how OG plays Mirage. We know how much Alexibi likes this map, Harry. I just feel like if it goes to 3 maps, it's got to go the way of the Ninjas.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, right, where you've tried to, lean into a comfortable middle ground map at the end, and, it is one that maybe on paper OG seem like the better team on, but I think you're dead on in the sense that there's a lot more evidence to go off of, right? You have a lot more research here. And NiP are coming into this with that, surprise factor that Hugo's kind of kept bringing up throughout this death segment, in the sense that they haven't played at anything yet, right? And OG do not fit into that category. They have been playing since the moment that player break came to an end.
And that's why these opening games are cool as well, because, these teams have known their matchup for a while now. So NiP, I'm sure they've been sweating those demos as of late, and I think that's going to really play in their favor. I think they're favorites anyway, regardless of the map pool, regardless of previous results. But yeah, OG's work is cut out for them, rather. And
I'll give you one little bit of tidbit of information, I should say. Okay. I believe NiP, they're playing on a boot camp, right? They're playing together in the same space. Ooh. OG, meanwhile, Jordan Airport is shut. Issa cannot leave his country. He's literally going to be playing on the worst ping of all these players on the server. It's going to be a particularly difficult one for him. So I don't want to put extra pressure on his shoulders by reminding him of that. Hopefully he's not watching, right? He's getting ready to go, but that could be a deciding factor in his performance potentially, Hugo.
Yeah, I think you know we're going to see like an even bigger push towards boot camps while online play is still a thing, because I think it's the only way that you can get back to that like that LAN feeling vibe where you're seeing your teammates every day, where you're able to sit down, you know, and talk things through face to face, because you know it's never the same online. Like as we learned in that Dupree interview, he said that he feels like he has so many more hours in the day now of free time. And it's like, well, you know, that free time normally would be filled with hanging out with your team, you know, like bonding in that sense, talking things through. And that's just not really the case. Like, I'm sure they still sit down, they still go through everything, but it just doesn't feel the same. Like, you know the difference that a face-to-face conversation and meeting has. And so NiP being in a boot camp, I think is brilliant for the Swedes.
But they're also already mates. Like, Hampus has played with everyone on that roster except Plopsky. And to be perfectly honest with you, you can't not like Plopsky. They're already in a perfect position. With OG, we know how chaotic their communication can be. Yeah. It's not that they don't get on, it's just that there's a lot of passion behind their relationship, a lot like you two.
Yeah, we even saw some of the comm videos back in London at the start of the year where you would see like LXCB trying to call something out of spawn, and like there'd be people talking over each other, and LXCB would have to like take back the conversation, like, guys, stop, this is what we're doing. And that's when, you know, I go back to what you said earlier, where you talk about too many cooks in the kitchen. Again, I imagine that's something that's been ironed out and sorted out over time, but I really hope that doesn't play into, especially with things being online, you know, hurting OG here. I really want them to try and, you know, show us what they can do.
Well, we're waiting for MBK to connect to the match. As soon as he does, we're going to be kicking off with our first series. But let's just look ahead to the rest of ESL One Cologne. Europe in particular, 16 teams. Of course, Big are the ones to watch. You can watch them on the B stream. They'll be kicking off against Sprout about now. So open up a new tab so you can check that one out. Do we think that Big are going to win their home event finally, Harry?
Well, it's like, you know, if we look at the recent results, Big have been on the up and up. Like, they've been such an exciting team to keep an eye on, right? The journey that they've embarked on, the fact that they have two ex-Sprout players in that lineup in Searson and Keto, who for me were like hands down the best players in Sprout back then, now moved over to Big. It's been such a storyline, right? Like watching this Big squad just go from strength to strength. So I would love to think that they could come here to Cologne and put up a damn good fight at the very, very least. And the one thing that's interesting to me is, like, in that matchup, as we heard from Fabian in an interview with HLTV, is he said that those domestic matchups, they often end up with the underdog winning. And I'm inclined to agree with him, right? Because it does feel like that much more chaotic. There's history between these teams. They know each other very, very intimately. And Big, like, going into something as the favorites, if it doesn't go your way out of the gate, that is like quite the mental drain. And we've seen it happen time and time before.
Yeah, on the flip side, I do want to combat that with the idea that, well, look at Big's last event win back at DreamHack Masters. Think about that BO5 Grand Final versus G2 where they're down multiple maps, the map advantage. Even Mirage is the fifth map. They pulled it all the way back and take a victory. Like, Big are not a team that are going to give up when they're down. They're not going to, you know, surrender because, oh, we had a bad first half. Like, I think this is Big's tournament. I think this is their chance, especially with it being online, for them to really make a run. And that opening game is going to be a big deciding factor.
Well, the opening game's about to start right now on the B stream. I believe it's the same URL as this stream. You just have to type B on the end. So new window, another tab, because I don't want you guys to leave us, because we have, of course, got our opening A group game going live really, really soon. The thing with Big, it's really interesting because I also did some, what we call, like, I guess, an ESL speed session when we were recording the interviews last week. And when you say online CS to these players, half of them say Big. They just seem to be putting it down to the fact that the Big are in this office together, they're playing, they're making the most of online. But Big, they've always been a sophisticated team in terms of their strats, the way they use utility. People seem to just be underestimating them, Hugo, and I just don't understand why.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't answer that for you, Frankie. I think the underestimating stage is gone, right? When they were, 20th in the world, back in Meisterschaft, for example, taking on Sprout, even losing that there, maybe, yeah, you can make that argument. But now, like, all eyes are on Big, and that's the pressure. That's where we see teams that come up from the bottom and rise to the top have trouble because everyone's preparing for them. Everyone's watching the demos. You have to stay fresh. You have to constantly update your strategies because, yeah, no one's thinking, oh, yeah, Big, they'll be fine. We'll deal with them easily. No, they're number one in the world on ESL World Ranking right now. No one's sleeping on Big.
And outside of the top 10, we've got Astralis.
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing them later on today in our second matchup on the A stream against Fnatic. They're bringing yet another new lineup to this tournament that we're going to talk about later on today. We're going to finally see Esatag, who we haven't seen play since March. I feel like the pressure's even more on their shoulders than Biggs.
Yeah, you know, it's one of these things. I always think that, like, for new additions into a roster, especially with that Astralis situation, right? But even, like, drawing some parallels between Hampus and NiP, I think coming off the player break is great for that, because you've had this time where everyone else, for the most part, is going to be, you know, like, taking it a little bit easy, and you've had this month to, like, reinvent yourself and really start to put the hours in. And so I do think that, like, with Bubsky and Esatag now debuting in Astralis today, I really think we're going to see a hell of a lot from them, you know, like, because this has been a change that we've been waiting to see in the server for so damn long, and now we get to see it. You don't want to show up and be like, oh, I just took a month and a bit off though, like, I'm not really feeling it. Like, you know, you want to be in the server and you want to be the best guy there, hands down. And in a team of stars like Astralis, you best damn well have done your homework and put the hours in, because that's how you're going to do it.
Oh, I'm so excited for that matchup, but I'm also really excited for the matchup we're about to get into, NiP versus OG. I am kind of curious to hear what you guys think is going to go down on the server. Hugo, are you predicting a 2-0?
I don't know about 2-0. I am going to predict NiP for this one, right? Like, you know, just coming off the back of the player break, coming in fresh, new in-game leader, switch up of roles, Threat coaching as well. We know the coaches can have input and impact online, and Threat's always been so good at that. So for me, it's NiP. But let's see. I'm just here for good Counter-Strike, Frankie.
Well, I'm here for NiP and OG. I'm going to say NiP, but now I'm going to say, Harry, take it away, because we're about to open up our opening series of ESL One Cologne 2020 on Inferno.
It's day one. It's the first best of 3, and it's NiP taking on OG. Oh boy, we've been waiting all damn month for this, and we're ready to get...
Force or Eco? Where are we going with this one, Harry?
Yeah, and also, like, that's a bit of a devastating pistol round, considering the fact that OG go running into an extremely stacked A bomb site. Valde really does, like, do a hell of a lot there. Deals with the first man at pit. At that point in time, they've got, what, like 2 kills in towards the A bomb site, and he's still ready and waiting, gets himself another, and with it, the pistol goes their way. So now NiP, they go for the force buy, Hugo. You were wondering if they were going to go for it, and they have. Scout on Nork, trying to take a little peek down through middle, and oh, there is someone waiting on the other side, and that man is man 2. Don't want to find yourself on the other side of him anytime soon. Only 2 players over here towards B. NiP have to try and hold on with this force bite. And OG are taking a very slow approach in this one. You know, they ran into a stack in the pistol round. They're not looking to do that again here in the second.
Yeah, and in fact, they're definitely not. NiP, they've shuffled over. They've moved 3 on B, and now OG are going to be walking into the right place at the right time. Mantu setting up that mid flash. It's a passive play from Rez. He's going to get mollied off. Still standing on the bench, looking for the boiler shot, but nothing presenting itself. OG just poking and prodding for the time being, not looking to commit. Maybe hoping that NiP will rotate back towards that A bomb site. We're already seeing AlexiB double back to check out what lurks in the banana. NiP playing passive enough that they're not going to be giving away information to OG. And so we've got to wait for OG to clear that one out, go back towards A, set up this execute. They've got plenty of utility to do so. Hampus is floating long side to try and assist, but we've got another little apps drop coming in from a man in the smoke.
Oh, Hampus down, over towards long. First to fall here for NiP, and now they're creeping up through short side. Oh, Rez getting himself a double, but that's going to be it for him as this A site has crumbled once again. And with 8 seconds left, that bomb goes down. OG, they're looking good here in the 3-on-2.
Oh, duck right before the primary AWP, now turned primary scout as well. Nork doesn't seem like he'll be able to find anything. No reason for OG to re-peek into that fight. They're setting up all of their utility, keeping NiP as far back as they can, but Plopsky is curious, and he's going to go for a little look-see. He's got a molly. You could throw that into the back of the pit. Right now, OG are trapped inside of the site, and they might go down with the explosion, but Nork missing the timing on the cross-out, and smart play from OG, jumping up into the apartment, completely avoiding the short line of sight from the scout. That molly is good, and it will push Valde out, but I don't know if he's going to die. It's planted in the site, and Valde will just live to fight another day.
Just about though, Rez. This is a nice attempt at holding onto the site. Ultimately falls a little short. I thought, 2 rounds into Cologne, surely we're not going to get the best play already. And Rez, started to get us there, but not quite. It's just going to be an eco here for NiP, right? They did a bit of damage, nothing worth getting too excited about there. You got that scout on Nork still to play into this round. Plopsky still with his Deegan armor. And for OG, actually a short little tactical pause, figuring out how they want to approach this third anti-eco round.
Yeah, they know they're not up against much, right? USPs, flat coming through, couple of saved weapons, but it's really not too difficult. And they've still got AlexiB on the Mac 10. I love seeing AlexiB in this team, man. He's always the one to take the hit. He'll run in first. You may have, some great entry players like Issa, for example, on this team, but AlexiB will often just sacrifice his life and allow himself to get traded, running in with our Mac 10. This is a good round to go for the B play, knowing NiP will not have utility to stop you. And OG already setting their sights there. That scout trying to find tag damage down mid, but OG aren't offering all too much up. Taking their time at the top of B. And, that's been evident so far from this game, even in that previous round. Getting a bomb plant with less than 10 seconds remaining. It's an Inferno classic, obviously a risk. But with risk comes reward. And OG, they're looking for their reward towards B as they set up smokes.
Well, this should be nice and easy to sweep under the rug, or so you would hope, right? But with so many players rotating in through CT spawn, it could get a little bit dangerous here for NiP. Or for OG, rather. As they stack everyone in towards this A site. E site. Man, I'm just so rusty right now. It's been a while, it's been a moment, but Valde opening this one up, and there's that little boost thrown in at the back of the site. AlexiB has been able to spot it, and so it's going to struggle to accomplish much. Hampus, here's them now falling away from B, and that's going to prompt the rotation. The problem they're going to have is that Issa is going to cause a bit of a problem here. He's gone very, very aggressive. He's already secured the A bomb site, and now he can hear these players rotating back round. Not going to matter all too much, though, in the grand scheme of things. This should have been an OG round, and they're going to get us there by the looks.
Yeah, nice little rotate for OG, right? Not falling for the full stack. They know they are pretty obvious, pretty loud towards that B bomb site, and NiP just send all 5 players there. That on an eco, that's exactly the kind of play that you're typically going to go for. It doesn't really matter if you lose a round. You're expected to anyway, so why not take a risk? The scout, he's found 1 kill. Nork is looking for another. Again, OG is so good at locking down these tight angles and not playing for the fights when they don't need to. Now that bomb is ticking away, and they know it's under lock and key. So Issa with another LXP on the lurk, and no saving players here for NiP this time. Inferno, you're going to see a lot of saves, but OG, they do their best to deny them. And now comes in the first rifle round, Harry. Frankie talked about that AWP switch up for NiP. Nork taking it now over Twist as the primary. I imagine this is a good map to see that double AWP later on the CT side for NiP, but for the time being, it's just going to be Nork on that middle position.
Come on, Nork, let's see what you got up your sleeve with this AWP. I'm very excited to see him on it. He's taking it down here towards the top of middle, and there are going to be players coming his way through alt mid. He doesn't stick around very long. Holds that position early. Had he waited just a tiny bit longer, maybe could have reaped the reward for it. Instead, falling back, taking this more passive lie in towards the A site, keeping his eye on long while the rest of the gang hold down short on apartments. OG looking like they want to try and test this defense at the A-bomb site once again. Twist going to get flashed in, and oh, MVK, he's so blind. You hate to see it. Rez, though, will falter down towards short side. Nork smoked off the angle, and Twist falling down in the pit. Nork's AWP has been denied any positioning at this A side of the map thanks to that smoke. And OG getting the bomb down, being in this 4-on-3. This round is as good as done. NiP, they've got to save.
LXB does it again, man. He runs up short side. He absolutely tears Rez down with a MAC-10. And right as Nork is about to hit the shot on him crossing that short angle from long side, the moto smoke comes down. OG time it perfectly, and the AWP just gets denied vision. If he went for a random smoke shot, he might have hit it, but we will never know because it didn't happen. And OG, a bomb plant down. Look at these fly-throughs. Rush has been doing his work. Of course, our beautiful observer pressing all the numbers. 0 to 1 to 2 to 9. Really all of them, Harry. And talking to numbers, it's 4-0 for OG. They're starting this map off strong.
Yeah, no, this is brilliant for them, right? This is ideal because like the way that you want to try and get Hampus feeling a little bit uncomfortable is to make him feel like out of the gate, you know, he's just out of his depth here. And that must be how it's kind of starting to feel right now. Like you're already getting kind of pushed and prodded even into that first buy round where you had everything you were really looking for. You know, you had the AWP on Nork, you had utility, you even had the opening kill. You were in a 5-on-4 out of the gate. Luckily enough, though, with 3 players saving, that reinvestment is still in here in round number 5. Alexa B challenging the top of Banana this time around. He's been a bit of a menace over towards A. And now he's looking to inflict his pain elsewhere, but Molotov'd out for the time being, and there's still this fight for Banana control raging on.
Hampus is going to flash a player back in aggressively. Plopsky, he's tucked to the sandbags, and OG are just moving up the Banana right now. I love the patience on this T side. Mantu even boosted up with the AWP. He's got one of his own. Nothing to be shown. That molly on sandbags is going to be a bit of a problem for Plopsky. He'll call for the flashbang. Smoke at his feet. There it goes. Plopsky going wide, and Mantu flashed off. Will fall back passive. Plopsky does the same. And NiP, they'll concede the top of Banana, but at least they did fight for it. At least they gave it a go. OG with the bomb up there as well. And NiP, they don't actually have the info. They don't know how many players are in Banana, nor that the bomb is there as well. So they've just got to still run this standard setup for the time being as OG make noise in the apartments and in middle to fake things out. It is looking like a full B execute though, and only one Molotov to stop it. Luckily, it's on Hampus.
Yeah, and he's right where they're going to need him. The longer that is left to tick off this clock, the better that is for NiP. This Molotov could do so much, and you've already got Rez rotating in. He's got a CT flash as well. He can open this up for these players in the site to do the damage on the back of that flashbang, and here comes the push. The Molotov is going to split it in two. The bomb dropped, 20 seconds, flash through the smoke for Rez, but actually he's gone down. This could be a bit of a disaster. It's all on Plopsky inside of the B site, and while he does get one, it's not going to be enough. The bomb can go down with seconds to spare for OG, and somehow, some way, they are into this 2-on-2.
And they've been watching Na'Vi 2016 demos because this is as close as it comes in some of these rounds with the bomb plants. Low HP on both these players. And NiP in for the retake. They've got the kit on Twist. Both coming from the coffins. Missed shot. Mantu gets caught by the jiggle. Issa goes out wide with a spray. The wallbang coming through the wood. And Nog on the AWP needs to pick up the kit and move pronto. Issa won't let him and shuts him down with a 3K. 5-0 for OG. They are just not stopping.
This is scary. This is like a really competitive looking OG. And look at that, man. NiP. Oh, this is above their spawn. That's kind of cute. I like that. But maybe they're not the faces we should be focusing on right now, because this is not the NiP star that we were hoping for moving into this matchup. OG really off to a blistering start, and once again they've just wrecked the economy of NiP, right? There was no saves, there was no saving graces at the end of that round. It is just down to pistols here and now.
Yeah, that even comes off the back of NiP reading the previous round really well. Hampus obviously makes the call. They have 3 towards B. The molly does come in a bit late, and even though ESLEUROPE gets past and gets taken down, putting NiP in a 5-on-3 initially, they actually overplay their hand. They flash back in, they play aggressively, and OG is just waiting behind the Molotov, trading it back into a 3-on-3 and planting the bomb. So, yeah, for a second, that was all NiPs, and OG turned the tide quite quick. B's almost empty. Hampus looks like he might even be rotating here. 1 smoke left on him. OG going to throw in their utility. That will force out all of it towards this B bomb site. And even though that's not where the bomb is ending up currently, we know how fast those Inferno T-side rotations can come through.
And this is another round where NiP, they've got the right read, right? They have stacked over towards this A side of the map, and they have got pressure coming their way, but is that going to be enough to win them the round? The flash is good, and oh, MBK narrowly alive, not for long, but all the trades come through for OG. Plopsky now, the lone gunman at the A site. The MP9 shreds them down, and now it's Rez with the Deagle. We saw him at this A site in that second round, secure himself a double kill. Can he do it again? This time it would mean the world to NiP. He's creeping in through the library. Smoke is down at Moto, and that's a little bit heartbreaking if you're Rez. There's a very wide gap in that, though, so he's got a little angle to go peeking through. This is horrible, though. Like, ESLEUROPE and ESA, they don't have to peek. They don't have to pressure anything. They can just wait for ESLEUROPE to get the contact, and that's when ESA swings to try and shut this down, and he's never even needed. It's ESLEUROPE with 4, and OG, they take a 6th round.
Yeah, the fragging in-game leader, you love to see it. 4 from ESLEUROPE, and you could see how patient Rez was, but I get that. I guess that's somewhat off the back of how aggressive OG have been in these post plants. Issa peeking at the back of the B bomb site and that one-on-one instantly being an example. Plopsky, he has a great position. He almost gets caught by ESLEUROPE coming around the long side, but swings out at the perfect time to find 2 kills. Still not enough to save NiP though, but maybe the double AWP is. Hampus is taking it alongside Nor.
That's interesting, man. And I was looking, I was like, okay, maybe that's off of spawns, but no, it wasn't. Hampus had the worst B spawn out of anyone. So that's an interesting talking point, right? I always imagined that if we were going to see another AWP get picked up, it would be used by Twist. Obviously, he is like playing over towards short and apps, like kind of switching around between the two wherever he's needed. You see Norks up there now. So, I guess you just didn't want to load a second AWP into that A-bomb site.
Yeah.
Let's see what Hampus can do with his over towards top banana. Plopsky ready and waiting with the flash for him. So they're going to wait for this contact. Flash comes in, and it gives Hampus that freedom to go for a re-peek if he thinks the situation calls for it.
OG have just been so methodical. Look at that Molotov. It's going to deny anything. He picks a perfect angle, though, and Mantu walks right into it. That's another opening kill for NiP that doesn't get traded. But Hampus, he might want to go in for a little bit more. Creeping back round the corner, ESLEUROPE coming to join Valdi, and you see those 2 A players retreating as well. It will be a B execute, but Hampus may not be where they expect.
Oh, and the re-smoke in. I love this from NiP. They're retaking banana late in the round. This is like the ultimate middle finger to OG. They back up now as the 30-second mark hits. They look to try and just hold passively back within this site because there's no point throwing away this advantage. Molotov on Hampus, still a threat, still a danger. Plopsky holding inside of the site, and they've got to go through this smoke on the OG side. The flash is looking to come through. Plopsky's fallen back. Smoke actually going to land at his feet. But yeah, this push, it's got to happen now or else it doesn't happen at all. And, well, they're going in, but I don't even think there's time. That's it, man. This is, oh, no, there they try. But Hampus, he's locked it in. He gets it done. NiP, they get the first round, and Issa even falls after time. So, you know, it's the little victories that matter for NiP.
Yeah, and a big talking point is the fact that, like you said, they were retaking Banana, right? That actually stalled out so much more time for OG, and then Hampus even saves his Molotov and throws it in late. That kept OG trapped in Banana at, you know, the 10-second point. They do drop a smoke on the site. Alexby tries to plant, but his leg's exposed, and the AWP takes him down. Without that, maybe there's a chance for OG, but finally NiP break the curse. They get one on the board. That's what we wanted. A competitive series here to open up Cologne. AWP solo now, back on Nork. He is in the apartments. We saw him here in the previous round, although OG didn't. And so nothing to be expected here. Double setup, push deep, but that gives mid-control over to OG. No one to stop them. Alexby turns, tries to pre-aim. Twist gets aggressive. Nork comes back in with a missed shot. MBK, oh dear, through the wall. And the bomb's been dropped to the feet of NiP, but trades are in, and Nork is styling in the apartments.
He's got another. Nork has just lit this server up. He was basically not even in it, and now suddenly he's arrived with two. Come on. Oh, he misses it onto Issa. And Issa's still alive, still a danger, still a threat. But there's the wrap from Plopsky. AWP retrieved. And NiP, second round, Hugo. They're starting to cobble their way back into this game. They get themselves two. It's been a while since I've seen Pro CS, as you could tell by the little screamy scream just then. Woo!
Look at this.
I mean, it's awesome. And then the turnaround, like, no scope, don't even need it. Oh, Valde, get out the server. Go wait in the lobby. It's 2-6 now for NiP. Still a long ways to go to get back into the swing of things. But OG, you know, they're not just gonna roll over and let NiP get back into this game.
Yeah, that's impressive that NiP turn it around. It is all those AWP kills because OG had mid for free. There was no one there to contest them. So, yeah, very, very well played. Alexby on the Mac 10. Will we see a faster approach? Oh, he doesn't have a smoke for the molly. He had to escape, or it might have spread to his position. And Plopsky, he will let no one get out of that position. So a man advantage back in the favor of NiP. Alexby has to lead from the back seat, and Hampus has found a second. That AWP being shown has sent OG right back. Harry, it's again happening. Hampus on this second AWP. Of course, as you said, coming down to positions, coming down to the fact that they don't want Twist and Nork both AWPing on A, and Valde gets caught as well. These AWPs are the solution for NiP right now, and OG, well, for them, they are problem after problem.
I'm just waiting for the news article. Yeah, we've actually moved Nork off of the AWP, and Hampus now is going to be donning it. Here he is. He's been doing great over towards the B bomb site. Twist is even aggressing down through mid. This is like a little degree of freedom he never would have had with the big green gun. He's going around on this wrap. Nork's holding on to the re-peak. And, well, missed shot the first time around. Not necessarily the end of the world, though. It's drawn in the attention, or so you might think. Issa is ready for a man in T-spawn. Why is he ready for a man in T-spawn?
Your guess is as good as mine, but OG, they're guessing this A site's free. It's not going to be split 2-2 right now, and with 20 seconds, NiP just have to hunker down and wait for this commitment. That's if it's coming, because OG are walking, so this might even be considering a save right now, as they realize that time is not on their favor. So 2 guns held into the next round, but not a lot left. And NiP keep 2 AWPs. They have struggled to do so in the past. But now the money's going to be starting to build for this CT side. Leading in opening kills as well, 5-4 in favor of the Swedes.
That's quite telling, though, of how good this early trade work was for OG, right? Like, because in a lot of these rounds, there were, like, creative means for NiP to find themselves an opener. And early on, OG just seemingly had all the answers, right? They're like a little wolf pack. They're all sticking together. Wherever there's one, you're going to find, like, 4 more, and now they're all really angry. So for NiP, they've done well to kind of sort this out and reassert a bit of dominance in the server. It felt like OG were just walking all over them in these first few rounds. And now there's, like, that grim reminder that, okay, right, you can't just push us around, you can't just bully us. They've got the money together, they've got the AWPs in play, and this is where we're seeing what we wanted to see from NiP.
Well, let's see if it continues. Tac pause for OG. They come up with a plan for this round, and they will be saving a bit of money on the players who went down in the previous as well. So let's be on a Tech 9. bomb as well. He's going to throw a nade up towards B. The rest of OG moving up through the second middle. We've got that AWP on Nork back on the short side. OG are going to be silently boosting up off the head of MBK so they don't make any noise getting up into the apartments. Apart from Mantu making noise, falling off of the apartments. But
not even a bit that he needed to as well. Like, Mantu, they're trying to be all stealthy. They're trying to be all sneaky. And there's always one, even at the pro level, there's always that one guy creeping now in towards the balcony and looking to get into the A site. If they go for an apps drop here and now, this is the perfect round to do it. You've got a double long stack from NiP, but now they fall back. And that little timing, that little window, like just by chance that you had to get into this A site that much easier, it's now gone. And a resmoke comes in. That's a little bit heartbreaking. OG were about to pull the trigger on that A play. And this is actually where like that decision to throw that long smoke has actually punished OG's original intention in this round. They throw it, and then when they're looking to split apps, well, of course NiP have got more players back in the site, because now with long smoke, you're anticipating that OG could be wrapping short. They could be going for an apps play. And so now they slow it down a bit. They take this top mid control, 30 seconds, they've got to go, and they're going to start to creep on in towards A.
One flash on Alexi goes right in, but no one's blind. No one checks Rez either. The spray down in the back of the site. Nork coming in with one on the AWP. Valde looking to trade, but Nork is lighting up the server, and he's going to shut down the round as well. That primary AWP finding 3, and NiP finding 4. Great hold, and Rez not getting checked. That's a bit of a problem for OG. Of course, a low economy round, keep that in mind, right? But they would have loved a bomb plant just to max out their cash. Without it, you can see the players who saved in the previous are going to struggle. Mantu is on a deagle. Alexi B back on the Mac 10, famed as it were. OG still holding the lead, but NiP are catching up.
Not going to hold for a peak that isn't going to arrive just yet. Now turns his attention in towards alt mid. Meanwhile, bit of banana control attempted from OG. They throw in the utility and then they just leave. They just go. And they're hoping that this is going to be enough to keep these two NiP players aggressive over at the top of banana and just slow down these rotations. Nade finds good damage onto Valde, but it's not going to deter OG from going for this A bomb site. Twist holding this little narrow pixel angle into the apartments. Oh, it's a little bit messy, it's a little bit awkward, and Alexa B gets one with that Mac 10. Oh, now from the apartments, it all falls onto Nork. He smites down the first, AWP in hand. If there ever was a time, it's now, Nork. And he does go down after 2. Issa with the kill, retrieves the AWP for Mantu. And now Hampus here, missed shot, and that there might be the deciding factor in this round. If he gets that, it's a 2-on-2 in the retake. Him and Plopsky, they can go for it, but now 1v3 for Plopsky. This is a very tall order, and a lot of it hinges on getting that kill. Now that he's got it, maybe they give this a go.
Alexi B is such a mad lad. Running through the Molotov, he is crazy. And it's going to be the opening kill that locks OG in the round. Mantu with a closer. And that's a great execute as well, right? One player up long, not the full commitment, but getting that kill pulls away that library player to assist on the A site. And even though Nork gets a couple with the AWP, there's only so many you can get before OG are going to run you down. Up to 7 on this T side. Twist also, we talk about opening kills, Harriet, usually coming from those AWPs. Twist, who has not picked up an AWP in this map so far, is 3-0 in opening kills. He's top of the server. So, you know, we're still seeing that success coming from him from the short side. But OG, they're speeding things up. A fast-paced round. Not what NiP expected. And they are calling for reinforcements. Only one man on this B bomb site. He's going to have to wrap back round. Rotates are taking their sweet time. But so are OG. Throwing in the Molotov and doubling back towards middle. Luckily enough, NiP haven't shifted all too much.
Yeah, this is where, you know, having Hampus over towards B, he's able to very accurately describe what he's seeing to the rest of his team, and then Threat can kind of like piece together all this information and help justify these decisions. So early on, they didn't go for that rotate. Hampus is probably saying, right, like they get the kill, but there's nothing else happening over here towards B. So they stick around over at A, and that looked like it was going to be the right decision, but now like the seemingly perfect read on the back of not seeing nor hearing anything over towards this A bomb site, they stack over towards B, and they've got 3 here waiting in the wings for old mate OG to come a knocking.
It's almost like a double fake, right? Like we got the entry kill, but we didn't commit. So we're surely going A. But yeah, NiP, like you said, the perfect read. And now an execute from OG into this stack. Smoke on the molly. Hampus fighting from the pillar. They're going to run in. He's got one. Second one as well. No flashes to be found. And no kills for OG. Only one off Mantu's AWP. But Rez boosted with a triple setup will shut down the last. And that's a really great hold for NiP. They don't fall for the old fakeroo. And OG walk right into the stack. Money's been a bit of a problem as well for OG, right? Somewhat coming off the fact that, you know, they struggle to get bomb plants on rounds they lose. I feel like in pretty much every post, like NiP have had no diffuses in this game. Every time OG get a plant, they win the round. So yeah, when you know, that's a good thing obviously, but it's also a bad thing in the sense that you're not getting that extra bonus money on like an eco round perhaps. Inferno is quite a difficult map to, you know, get into the bomb sites without a lot of utility. And so yeah, for OG, now that they lose another round, their money is kind of kaput. It's also split. We've got Mantu on an AWP. We've got MBK and Issa with 2k per. So, yeah, not the best situation. OG are going to just fully buy to try and level out their cash together in round number 13. NiP continuing with this double AWP setup. And boy, has it been successful.
Yeah, in that round prior, we saw Mantu with the AWP, but that was because he retrieved it off of Alexabee's body. This is the first round yet over on the T side where he has purchased this AWP out of spawn with intent. So let's see what he's able to do with it. Is that going to be a bit of a difference maker here for OG? They spot Valde crossing. And at this point, NiP, they've got a lot of information. They've got a lot of stake in this round. They've cleared out the bottom of Banana. They know it's likely to be the A play. And so for OG, they're walking into charted waters here for NiP. NiP know what's going on. They're ready, they're waiting, and it's a very awkward round for OG. That Molotov finds some good damage as well, just to add insult to injury. It's still looking like an A commitment, but at this point in time, like you were walking into the lion's den.
And look at the banana push as well. NiP have pushed all the way down. They know this one's coming. They know that OG are committing, and the AWP's been dropped. There is a trade. Well played from Valde, but Alexabee needs to start running down this site player. Rez is gone. Valde helping out with that one. Nork does find another crucial kill, but finally a bomb plant for OG. Will they keep up the streak of successful post plants? Alexibee's got a clutch if so, and it's just not going to happen. 3 from Nork. And I've been loving these apartment setups from NiP, man. They know OG's tendencies.
Yeah.
Often in Alexabee's teams, back in Ents, and even here, OG, sorry, these rosters have often just gone for the apps drops a lot of times. And so NiP in multiple rounds have gone for double app setups. And, you know, 2 out of the 3 times they've done it, it's paid off.
Yeah, I mean, that was something that kind of ties into earlier on when you highlighted Twist as having these opening kills for NiP. Well, the reason for that is that he is this apps player in question. And so often, you know, we're seeing him get flashed in just to put a stop to these peaks. That round there, you bang on. It was this really nice double setup in the apartments. And OG, you know, this is... really, this is where I would love for them to look real good, is like when you're getting dealt all these problems, this is where you draw upon the experience of all these players who have IGL'd at some point in time. Like, this is where you can look down the line. You could say, Valde, you got any ideas? You know, MBK, you got anything? Like, there's so many players you can have chip in. And that can be a blessing and a curse, but in moments like this, you really need it to feel like a blessing. Hampus holding on to Banana. Smoke goes down and they go running through it. It's a very, very fast pace here. Much faster than what we've seen from OG at this B bomb site. But is that going to be good enough? Bomb dropped in CT. Flopsky, missed spray. But Hampus is still putting up numbers down towards CT. And with the bomb drop so deep, this round should be impossible for OG.
Yeah, Nork's waiting out the smoke so he can throw in a Molotov, meaning Issa won't be able to move out safely. He will, however, tuck in the corner. OG with nothing but the chance to wait, to hesitate, to sit back and relax and hope NiP overplay their hand, but that's not the case. Rez with 1, Issa swings out, but Twist is going to get the trade after he takes down Nork. And again, these AWPs continue to show up for NiP. You know, I feel like we're giving a lot of praise to NiP, and that's because of how one-sided the second half of this first half has been. Don't forget, though, OG, this is an excellent T-side. They did go 6-0 up to begin, but 7 rounds, even if this ends with 7 on a T-side of Inferno, I think OG are going to be very happy with that one. Let's see if they can change it. Let's see if they can push one over the edge at the end of the half. Full money back up, Mantu on the AWP, and NiP with a triple B set up early to throw down utility.
Once again, Apartments is going to be taken. But as we've seen for NiP, whenever Banana isn't getting pressured, they are taking it. They are stripping that away from OG. And with Hampus now set up on the half wall, that's going to free up the rotation from Plopsky. He moves back over towards A. Hampus can get the information, maybe even get a kill, just strip one from the tally of OG, and then fall back into this B site. Twist gets flashed in for an Apartments peek once again. And MBK, he's been caught off guard by that a few times, so he slowed it right down. And he hears the flash. He knows that Twist is still up on the balcony, so that's a bit of information given over due to the tendencies that OG have picked up from the NiP squad. 2 players over here towards long, and a library smoke down. They might try and wrap in towards CT, but instead they just jump on by and now look to split this site. But that's where Nork could make all the difference. He's put up a double, looking for even more, and he's ready and waiting, trying to catch the timing, but doesn't quite find it. It's a 3-on-3 to round out this first half of play, but MBK has stripped one away from the NiP boys.
Yeah, we keep seeing this gap in the Moto smoke, but MBK does have his eyes on it, and a re-smoke comes through. It doesn't matter, Mantu uses it to his advantage, and OG will close out the first half in favor. Great T-side for this map, and OG looking good. ESL One Cologne continues in just a moment.
It's the adrenaline running through my game. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. For small talk, I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just faster than you. Faster than you. I tell you the truth. I'm faster than you. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster than you. Just faster than you.
We have been waiting. We've been waiting so damn patiently for ESL One Cologne, and here we are, the first best of 3, the first day, and I couldn't be more excited. NiP versus OG. They've already given us a close matchup. We are split as close as we can possibly be at the end of that first half of play. It's 8-7 right now in the server, and this one feels like it could go anywhere. I wouldn't want to have it any other way. Hugo. Oh, we had a hell of a first half. Second half about to begin, and I want to see more from OG. I want to get the OG that we had for the first 6 rounds of play back in the server.
Yeah, they did look really good on that T side, though, coming up with answers despite this strong double ult presence of NiP. OG still win it out on the T side. On a map like Inferno, that is easier said than done. So, NiP, time to see the new boy on the block, time to see the in-game leader of Hampus lead these Swedes to victory. Or maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. Utility coming through for this T side. We got double smoke, molly, flash, and Mantu's got the Julies. Maybe been watching Keto over towards the banana position, recently finding an ace there. Hey, I'm all for it. I'm all for the Julies back in play. AlexiB's got the flashbangs back on Coffin to set Mantu up. But will NiP try for with the banana? Right now, they look to be.
I love this from Mantu. As you say, he saw Keto do it, and now he wants his time in the spotlight. Come on, let's go. Double Retters. Let's have it. Let's have it. Mantu, I'm hyping this up because you have to deliver, man. You have to. Like, all the pressure's on now. Not just because we're watching you, but because I'm talking about it. Let's see. The Dooley's ready and waiting, but it's Valda actually doing the damage. Flash goes in, and Mantu, no, it's a disaster. He only gets one, and Hampus follows up with a double. Deary me, the Dual Berettas betray OG. They still sit with the advantage, but Nork has opened up A, and this could cause some real problems. Rotations coming in. Issa, first man round, but they haven't pulled AlexiB away from this B bomb site. In spite of losing A, the bomb is now trailing in towards B, and Hampus has just caught the timing. He knows he has, and with Nork finding another, this is an intricate, overly complicated pistol round. They get the bomb planted, and AlexiB isn't going to realize until it's too late. Now he hears the smoke go down at B, but the rotation from Nork has already come in, and this is a sad way for this pistol round to end up in such dire straits for OG. AlexiB falls, and it's NiP to get it.
I love that so much. AlexiB, you know, he was even considering that, Harry. Before his teammate dies on long, he's still hanging around on the boost box on B. He has no intention to rotate, and then after he loses his last man at A, well, you've got to pull the trigger there and run on round. Early, heavy banana setup for OG finds them, you know, favorable trades initially, but it's not getting that crucial kill on A that draws OG away from the real trap on the B-bomb site. Great pistol. I love that for NiP. Despite, you know, losing early players, they still come out on top. And OG are going to force in the second, as NiP did back in the first half. We've got Deagles here. SMG for Valde. Bit of utility. The smokes to play delay. And NiP, they've been given banana for free here. But it is by design. 3 on B, stacked up. OG are hoping they come their way.
Ow. Poor Mantu. It's the El Clasico smoke delay play. You want to try and hold on to these smokes for as long as you physically can. Like, you really want to wait till you know you're using it at the right time. You know, the longer they're in the server, the more present they are, the more valuable they become. And losing Mantu over towards B, that might force a smoke out relatively soon over here at this side of the map. It's going to be AlexiB dropping his. Now inside of A, that's where we want to be shifting our attention to, because NiP have gotten out in towards top mid. MBK is the man with the smoke here. However, usually you'd have that going in over towards the top of middle. He's going to struggle to get as much utility out of this as he would like, so he's going to drop it into the apartments instead. NiP, they've got this top mid control. Issa has held on to this nade for a hot minute, and he's going to throw that in towards short. Plopsky, he's injured by it, and MBK looking to get stuck in, wrapping around. Hampus has already darted through the smoke, and he's lost Issa down in the pit, but it's still a 3-on-3. There's still a chance for OG. Even though it's not that great, they certainly are looking to give this one a go.
That's a great smoke on long. What it does is it actually forces MBK round from library to arch, and then Hampers slips through right through that smoke. And MBK, he might get 1 kill and put things in a 3-on-3, but they are still trapped outside of this site. Moving up through the short side are the 2 SMGs. Twist mowing down some damage. Valdi on 2, and he's all that remains here on the cart side. Nork trying to hunt him down. Hampers will do so instead up top, and everyone gets a kill in the post plant. NiP find that round victory. Yeah, I like that little fake play up on long, throwing the smoke to a hint that you're going towards archway, but then just diving through it, knowing library is likely clear. NiP take the lead right back. Worth noting that, despite the scoreline, the opening kills are in favor of NiP 11-6. That is quite dominant. And, if anything, rather, gives credit to OG for getting these trades, for getting back in man disadvantage rounds. But this probably won't be one of them. Full USPs, a nade, and a flash. They're going to hope to fight down Banana, but NiP, I doubt, are going to be committing to any stacks without at least getting information on A. And look at Plopsky, man. He's already run the gauntlet. He's already sprinted through to the CT spawn. Uh-oh.
Oh no, dear. Oh no. Uh-oh. Hang on. It's flipped around. They flipped the script. No, they haven't. It's going to be 3 for Plopsky. And now he gets the info that everyone else is still here at B. The bomb's going back safely. But Rez is like, well, I got a USP of my own, and I want to get some kills. And so he will. He takes down MBK, and they know that Valdez here as well. Like, NiP aren't being discreet in this. They just want to hunt the frags. They're not bothered about getting that bomb down and waiting a whole minute and then winning the round. No, they want it over. They want it done, and it's 10 on the board for NiP.
Yeah, confident stuff, just hunting down those final players. I like it. Don't even give them room to rotate out or to grab the SMG left in spawn. Not much of a victory anyway, but especially not when it's a loss. 10-8, and the AWP is out for Mantu. OG, their first full rifle round here on the CT side. They've got everything they need and more. Utility, couple of kits as well. They've got a 4-man B stack towards this site, rather. It's very important that Mantu doesn't die early. If he does, NiP can elevate the pace and take this A site while there's no defense there. But OG, they throw the grenades down Banana, they send those double rotates right back, and NiP were none the wiser. They were never to know. So all back to standard round here. NiP are setting up outside of A. They throw grenades up top Banana, but OG are not budging. And with a deep smoke as well, that could even free up another rotation. We could even see a 4th player go back towards A once they've cleared Banana. And that's exactly what's gone down. They're going to push it aggressively, allowing for the quick mid flank when this A execute comes through. And that looks like an inevitability at this point.
Mantu was a little quiet in that first half, but T-side AWPing is always a challenge, right? And now he's donning it on this CT side. This is where we want to see Mantu come alive. He's holding on over here towards short. He's playing back within the bomb site, and he has Issa to help him out from down in pit. This is quite the crossfire for OG. Issa naded out of the round, but MBK putting up a whole handful of kills inside of the A bomb site. It's down to this 2-on-2 on the back of it, but still OG having to rotate in for the retake. Valde coming in through long. Alexa B with the mid-wrap. Rez and Nork, they've got this site pit crossfire set up and a smoke through the Moto smoke. Valde's not going to aggress through it, and they're hoping that this baits Rez for the peak. It works perfectly. That was by design, and now it falls to Nork. He's already dinked, but there's the first. Back up. Valde's going to nail the shot, and OG, they will get this 9th. They keep it competitive. They keep this one neck and neck. And NiP going to be kicking themselves that they fall for that little trick over towards Moto.
Yeah, I love that from Valde, right? He doesn't even commit. He knows he has a timing where he can actually get through that Moto smoke and fight, but he'd rather just fake him out and draw NiP towards the wrong position, only to regroup with his teammate. And it felt like Nork could have won that clutch. He gets an immediate headshot. Valde does a great job of jumping above, and he is not in a position that Nork expects. Just a little bit of his body being exposed is all they needed with him having been dinked earlier on in the round. Worth noting, NiP double-naded pit once Issa got that opening kill. So, not falling for any trickery from OG. But it will still be the round win for this CT side. Mantu back on the AWP. Back up on the long side as well. 3 towards B initially. Issa's going to rotate towards A after using his utility. And NiP, it's looking like the same as the previous. More pressure up on that A bomb site, taking the apartment's control away from OG, and Plopsky just making sure that no one aggresses down the Banana and flanks them.
Yeah, Banana with all the utility turned into like this weird no man's land where like there's so much focus on it, but no one actually has it, and that continues here. OG fell back into a passive hold, so they don't have this info that no one's here. And so as a result, these rotations from B are going to take a lot longer than they did in the round prior. We're going to have to wait and see if that's something that maybe comes back to hurt OG if NiP commit to the A side take. Issa up on the balcony. MBK tries to be sneaky with the flash, but he can't. And now this A site falls in the blink of an eye. NiP, this is an 11th round knocking on the door, and they are going to welcome it in.
That was sick as well. The motor smoke had a tiny little gap. Mantu was peering through to the pit. He sees a cross. He can't hit the shot in time. He only has a millisecond to react, and then he just gets domed through the smoke. That is so unfortunate. You could see at NiP how dedicated they were to clearing out that pit position after Issa found a kill from it last round. They nade it, they molly it, they flash it. No one's there. They clear that out, and they're able to take down Issa on the balcony after only one. So methodical take from NiP, and with 4 alive as well, that's going to feel good for building the money up on this T side. Taking that round lead by 2, and 2 guns saved for OG, but not really a saving grace. Going to have to be an eco from them moving forward. They could force round these guns, but really, with everyone sitting around the 2k mark, Mantu even having a bit more for that AWP later on, it might be better to save.
Man, look at them though, like the way that they just seep into the site, and like honestly, if you looked away for a moment in that site take, you missed everything. Like, it took a matter of seconds. That was so well executed from NiP. And I love that camera angle to kind of illustrate that, right? Like, just the pan across the site, how one by one, they were so ready for every one of those angles. They get it locked in. And at this point, NiP, man, they look like they have such a good read, such a good understanding as to what's going on and the tendencies that OG have. It's an attempt at top banana, something that we haven't seen much of from NiP just yet. The flashback in for Valdet, provided by Mantu, has given over a 4-on-4, but things are heating up here at Banana. Valdet is tucked in for the long game, and he just might get this information that these players aren't continuing with the push and that they have slowed right down. So that's going to be his cue to rotate back.
You can see Mantu goes and grabs that SMG, but smartly enough, Plopsky threw that AK of off Rez's body out the map. So if anyone does aggress down Banana later in the round, they're not going to be able to pick up this weapon. Especially important on a round like this, an eco, where OG only have 1 rifle to work with on Valder. He's going to double back towards B. It's the right call to make. Things have been silent up towards A, and BK's heard nothing in middle. And that's because NiP are quad stacked towards B. Their executes have looked good, Harry, right? Over on A, the Moto smoke, the app smoke, and the close sight smoke. What have they got to show us on B? Plenty of grenades to do it.
Yeah, Valdet in with another, but he's really got to deliver here as the rest of his team fall around him. We are looking at Valdet as the lone hope, really, of OG. MBK can't win his fight, and so Valdet, 1v3, needs an ace if he wanted to pick this round up. And these are all things that shouldn't inspire confidence here. Valdet trying to just get out of danger. Ooh, almost gets that kill through the smoke. But regardless, he's not going for this round. You want to know what gives that away? Look at where he is. He's running, mate. Like, I can't make that one any more clear. It's a 12th on the board for NiP, and Valdet at least holding on to the M4 armor and kit behind it. The reinvestment going to be coming in for OG in this next round, but time starting to feel like it's running out for OG to right their wrongs. Like, you want to get them back on track sooner rather than later, especially with how this CT side economy feels right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, think back to the first half. OG did go 6-0 up on the T side to start. NiP, they finally got money. They found the answers. They brought out those double orbs. And then they ended up getting 7 at the end of the half. It was good stuff for NiP. Well, now this second half has started the same, but in favor of the T side again. NiP 5-1 in these early rounds. The question is, does the money getting built up, does the buy here for OG find any solution? Because it's now or never. They're not going for the double orb. They're staying with 1. This is pretty standard for OG. Not heavy on those AWPs. Mantu, when he is performing, can be an absolute banger of a player, but right now has 6 kills. Twist through the Molotov. Mantu finally finding something. The opening kill. He swings back in with assistance from his teammate, but he'll get the double before the trade comes through. It's 4 kills, all from orbs, and NiP, they're not slowing down. They want to commit towards A, but OG, look at them on the flank.
Yeah, look at Valdet, right? He is on a mission right now. He could strip this whole round away based on how well he's able to do on this flank. And he's moving over towards the apartments. Isa's got to buy some time inside of the bomb site. And in comes Nork, already with 2 to his name, but that's him out of the game. Isa looking for even more now. Does get bested by Plopsky, but here comes that flank that we were talking about. Valden knows where one of them is. He hears Hampus down in the pit. He's playing the trigger discipline. Plopsky's allowed to get it planted, and they might wish that they didn't let that happen. As now, Plopsky versus Alexa B. He gets the info. He knows where he is. And now he tucks himself down. He's waiting for Alexa B to make the first move. I'm ticking away. Plopsky, oh, dodging shots, goes wide and tries to get the kill. Oh, he's onto the clock. Not able to get it over the line. Alexa B wins that one out. Ammo comes back to punish NiP. Oh, I got worried there. And I think it's still fine. Yeah, it's still fine. But oh, that would have been a horrible way to lose a round. And Alexa B able to win the 1v1.
Yeah, I love the low ammo noise that was added a few years back, right? Alexa B uses that to his advantage. He hears that AK run dry, and he just jumps up on the site, knowing there's nothing for that player to do. Valde plays excellently, but he plays it so safe that it almost costs OG the round. He waits for the bomb to get planted. He had a chance to kill the dude with the bomb on the site, but he wanted to kill the guy in the pit while Plopsky was planting. But Plopsky then goes inside of A to plant, meaning Valde only actually gets 1 for that flank. But luckily, it's enough for Alexa B to close. And look at this, Valde. He's hungry for more. The flash is good. Down Banana. He gets 1. There's a trade from Rez. Flashed out himself, but not going to stop him with taking a 4-on-4 again. MBK's even aggressing as well. They noticed second mid was somewhat clear, and he has taken deep position. Twist is watching for it, though, and the SMG is not going to be the gun you need at that range. Another A player down, and NiP can just keep holding, keep waiting, keep letting OG make mistakes. 4-on-3 as they group up towards the top of B, and the flash comes through. It's a double setup, both blinded, but it doesn't matter. They get the kill, and that's all the info NiP need. If they just run A, they know they've got a 3-on-1.
Mantu, now's the time, man. Now is the time. Like, really, down in the pit, he's got this AWP, and he's going to hold on to the A site. The push ready and waiting to come in from NiP, and they are not being slow nor discreet about it. Mantu Molotov'd out, and only good for 1. Nork bests him in the head-to-head, and it's 13 on the board for NiP. I tell you what, like in the beginning of this, right, if you remember when that double AWP came out for Nork and Hampus, Hampus was actually leading the way in the beginning of that CT side. Well, Nork is now head and shoulders above anyone else on the rest of the squad. You can see why we were fans of this AWPing change that came on in, because he is such a force to be reckoned with in the server right now.
I also like how decisive Hampus is being, right? The second they get that immediate info that there's 2 on B, they immediately run towards that A site. Hampus as well, his long lurks have been so well timed, as in-game leaders are doing often this game. Alexa B, we constantly saw him diving through long smokes and Molotovs with the Mac-10 to get kills. Hampus has done that twice in this T side already. He just ran up long while his teammates committed short against Mantu and killed both rotators off of B. He knew he would beat them to that position and going through his own utility to get those kills. I love it. And NiP, the results are showing 13-10. OG with no money. They have 1 man on this B bomb site. And Valde, good luck, buddy. You're going to need it.
Oh. Well,
that's the round.
25 then. We'll look at this one should already be over, right? NiP, they're going to get the bomb planted, and OG, they don't even, they're not, they just want to leave. They just want to get out of this round. They're going to try and hold on to the armor, the pistols, whatever they've got. It's 14 on the board for NiP. This is OG's map pick. We were hoping to see a little bit more from them, but NiP, since getting onto this T side, they have just not stopped. They've looked so damn good. And outside of the few rounds that OG have been able to cobble together, there really hasn't been much to go off of. And it can feel horrible, like right at the end, right when it's crunch time, it feels like they've just run out of ideas, they've run out of steam, and NiP are looking so damn confident.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect read from NiP, right? Even in the low economy rounds where OG try and play aggressive, where MBK pushes the apartments, there's Twist waiting and damn T-apps for it. Like, there's no route back in for OG, and this is how Inferno can often be playing as a CT side. Like, if you don't, win Banana and apartments, you can often just get, faked onto an X-sector the last 20 seconds. It's a mind game, this map, at the best of times, 14-10. And where is OG's mind at? We have to find out. This is going to be their last chance saloon. This is their last buy before map point on their pick. Not where they want to be. Nork back on the orb, 24-9, storming start to this series. Mantu, he's had a couple of kills when we need him to, but unfortunately it's just not been enough to lock in OG rounds. He got that double on the one round that AlexiB wins the one-on-one on, but in the previous, or 2 rounds ago, rather, the last rifle round, only gets 1 from the pit. A difficult position being the lone anchor on A. He's not had easy chances, to say the least, and OG have not felt the need to play aggressive on the CT side with how patient NiP have been in the opening sections of rounds. This is no different.
Yeah, this is looking like an A fake moving into a B play. You've got Rez and Hampus throwing in this utility over towards the A site and now looking to see what they can get away with, while the rest of NiP sneak up the banana. Mantu gonna shut down Rez at the first hurdle. And now the B play, the true intention in this round, throw it in from NiP. They still have Hampus coming in late at the A bomb site. That's something to bear in mind. However, it does kind of rely on these B players at least surviving the journey, and that feels out of the question right now. Hampus is going to get shut down by Issa, and this leaves Nork 1v5. He's out of this one. He just wants to stay alive at this point in time. And OG, with 5 players still up, like, it is important that they solidify their money, but they're going to go a little bit aggressive, right? I imagine it's going to be pretty tapered. Like, you don't want to lose 2 players to a saving Nork, because this is how you begin your comeback. Like, you strengthen your money, you build up a bit of resistance, so you've got like a round of kind of economic buffer in the way. And so this is good, at least for OG, if they did want to try and get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, the danger there was having your in-game leader on the lurk in apartments, right? Once Mantu gets that opening kill, NiP firstly really hoping for a pick on A that's going to force OG to rotate through that banana position where they were holding, but that's not the case. So Mantu gets the opening kill, well played from him, and then NiP just kind of stop a banana. They had to immediately go, right? There were only 2 players there. There's no way OG are rotating, considering they only saw 1 player and they killed him immediately. So, yeah, NiP, they hesitate for 2 or 3 seconds, and AlexiB throws in a perfect smoke to cut them off a banana. And NiP, yeah, that's the round done at that point. Ooh, a bit of aggression on the CT side. We've been waiting for it. Mantu with a deep molly down mid holds ult, but NiP, they're not rushing, they're not running, and they're waiting at the bottom of banana. Luckily, Rez has actually gotten himself a pretty good position up top, but OG are not fighting for it, and so this will have minimal consequence for the time being. Flash back in, they're going to retake it. Good flash, AlexiB gets some damage, but he also gets spammed on the retreat. And with a smoke down, OG will just hold off in a 5-on-5.
Yeah, OG looking to make a bit of a gamble here. They rotate Mantu round very preemptively into this B site. And this could be the right decision. Like, there's still so much time left. If NiP do like start to get the heebie-jeebies and decide like, yeah, no, B actually maybe not, but doesn't look like they're deterred. It looks like they're still keen. Mantu smokes down, but he doesn't care. He secured a double and he sent them back from B. Mantu another one. Surely not. Oh, he's fallen back into the site now, and they're still looking to pressure him. Mantu in with 3. We've been waiting all game for him to come alive, and this could be his round. Mantu another, and it's the ace for Mantu. 12 on the board for OG. And what that man do as he put up a 12th round for this squad.
Oh, you love to see it. Cool, calm, and collected, man. And yeah, we've been waiting for that. This is such an explosive player, and for him to have like 6 kills at the end of the first half didn't feel like it was doing his ability justice. Even the fact that he gets 3 here, you know he wants to stick around, but he smartly makes a decision to back up. He knows NiP have to commit at this point and sets up at the back of the site for an ace. What a round. And with Mantu coming alive off the back of this AWP, Harry, that spices things up.
We've
thrown some paprika in the mix. And NiP, they're not out of the woods just yet.
Paprika, not really the spiciest of spices. You've gone for a mild one there, Hugo. You played it safe.
We're heating up. Give us time.
We're waiting for the full-on, like ghost chili pepper or something like that. Oh, we can only hope. But Mantu, yeah, I mean, that there should be a confidence-boosting round if you've ever seen one, right? He gets his own happy-esque play over at the top of banana. What more could he do? NiP, for the first time in a long, long while on this T side, finally looking vulnerable in terms of the money, and the timing for that just couldn't be better for OG. If they do want to make a comeback happen here on their map pick, this is exactly what they needed. They needed Mantu to come alive. Well, we can check that one off of our list. They needed to build up a little bit of money. Cool, check that one off as well. And then they wanted to break NiP's economy. Well, look at the buy. They've done it. So this could be the start of something special for OG. Run.
How is he alive?
ESLEUROPE, man, he just dodges bullets. He's like a fly. He sees everything at like half the speed or whatever. I know, they see it way slower than that. I don't know flies that well, Hugo.
I feel like if you see ESLEUROPE with an SMG in his hand, he is rapidly hitting that spacebar key no matter what's happening. He loves being mobile. He loves being in the air, Harry. So I feel like the fly analogy, it's pretty apt. Valde is pushed close. There's no molly to clear this. And with the AK, one-shot headshot, he is in the spot to do some damage, but he can't have any support. ESLEUROPE can throw a flash, but he can't fight with such low health. Rez checks it, doesn't matter. Now the flash comes through. Valde can go in for more, and he could just mow them down. Maybe another ace, but it gets denied at the final hurdle. Doesn't matter. It's still looking like an OG round. Hampus leading by example now in a 1-on-4.
Yeah, it's a pretty tall order. And is he going to be ready for ESLEUROPE? He's certainly not. 13 on the board for OG. And almost back-to-back aces. That was the first ace of ESL One Cologne. We just got it courtesy of Mantu. And we almost had a follow-up from Valde just moments later. Sadly, cut short. But a damn good try, right? Valde holding this close angle. That flash from ESLEUROPE is perfect as well. Like, he's like the king of, he's so injured in that round there. Like, really, ESLEUROPE's round should pretty much be over, but he still finds a way to help his teammates out, help them stay safe in those kind of moments and make those big plays happen. So that's why we love him. NiP, they are sweating right now. Like, this went from being like, all right, guys, comfortable jog to the finish. Well, no, they've looked in the mirror. They've seen OG sprinting up the inside lane, and now things are getting a little bit worrying. Reinvestment back in for NiP. And this is where it all gets decided, it feels like.
Yeah, it's not a pretty buy, though. 3 kills, man. That is not what you want at 14-13. They might even have to play for OT, Harry. If they lose this round with no bomb plant, it's only loss bonus. It's 4 loss bonus, but that's not enough. So bomb plant almost a requirement, and if not, we're getting a 30-round game. I think that much is clear by now. We do have a saying, all the rounds. And maybe in the opening game of ESL One Cologne 2020, we might get all the rounds and more. I'm all for it.
Right, Mantu. Give us 5 again, man. Let's go. Oh, he sees an arm, and that's all you got to give him. Give him an arm, and he'll take the rest. First kill found for Mantu. Second, there's the follow-up. Helped out now by Issa, and it's a slaughter at short side. NiP, they get given the short end of the stick. 14 on the board for OG. AWP repurchased up for Mantu. No money for the NiP boys. And suddenly, this scary situation that OG were in on their map pick, a strong start that just flattened out in the middle. That's all forgettable now. Like, we can sweep that aside. They are back, they are in the server, and they are poised to reach map point first. They should be getting there. With all the pieces of the puzzle now falling into place, it only feels like a matter of time. So now the spotlight is on NiP. Can they be the ones to be in that same position, on the back foot, no money, running out of ideas? They're the ones who have to try and make a comeback of their own happen to try and lock in OT, it feels like, at this point.
They're not buying. They're on an eco, Harry. They're half buying. They've got lots of utility, but that is it. Some pistols and only one Kevlar player. That's Nork. Boy, oh boy, this is a great game to start off. It's nice to see Issa having a lot of success despite the potential ping problems. You know, he was in the pit, getting heavy naded out by NiP. Since that point, he's moved over to balcony, and he has always found opening kills up on this position. Fast B play, though, for NiP. Molotovs coming down at the right place at the right time will send them right back. OG not going to be moving too much themselves, still holding a standard default. Mantu is playing library. Passive position against pistols will be good. Also means he has a very fast rotation towards B, as fast as they really get on Inferno, if things come through towards his site, and they look like they will. Plopsky, ouch. The Magnet Man receives a grenade to the face. Now OG, nothing to do but sit back and wait.
It's going to be a B play. And with Valde and ESLEUROPE here, that's a pretty terrifying twosome to run up against, and it gets even more scary when you look at the fact that they've held on to these smokes the entirety of the round. That there could make all the difference, because you're going to leave NiP in a situation where they have to push a smoke. If they want to get into B, they've got to run in blind. And running in blind versus a man like Alexa B is a pretty terrifying idea. Flashes are going to come on in. They're going to try and return the favor. As now they look to line these up and go, but Alexa B is the furthest thing from blind. There's the first, the bomb dropped. It is a complete and utter disaster. This round comes to a crashing halt. Alexa B gets OG to map point 15-14. But this game still feels like it's far from over, Hugo.
Oh, it's got some legs, all right, Harry. And NiP, they've got some money to get us there. Maybe overtime, as they call in their last tactical timeout. Oh, sorry, one more after this, but we'll see if it'll be needed or not. Alexa B, I love that as well. Once a flash comes in, he's looking into the wall, he dodges it. NiP are so focused on getting into that CT spawn. We see teams do that more and more. I think Fury are a great example of a team that love to smoke deep CT and go for this wrap. Alexa B lets 2 men pass. He then kills the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. But those 2 players that wrap get caught by Valde at the back of coffins. He watches the ruins. He doesn't let them ruin his round. And OG, 15 has been found. AWP continuing for Mantu, none for Nork. He bought heavy in the previous. He knew he couldn't get it here. It was by design. And this is where it all comes to a close. Or maybe we start the clock over again. 30 rounds deep. NiP 1 round behind. It's OG's map pick, and we can see why.
Oh, Alexa B's picked up the secondary AWP here, taking it over towards B. That's interesting, right? This is quite the round to throw in a curveball like that for OG. And he falls off early on. Oh, get it out of here.
Get
the AWP out of play, and now he's on to the AUG.
Mind games. There's an AWP at B, guys. For sure. Mantu's at B. And if he's not, then I have.
Oh, yeah, no, that's definitely going to be interesting, right? Because you imagine if they start to fire out with some of these other weapons, it's like NiP, they're going to go, well, there's 3 on B. Let's fall back into an A play. And that couldn't be further from the truth.
Yeah, worth noting, after he shoots the AWP shot, he doesn't swap out to an M4. He has an AUG. So, like you said, 3 different guns can fire on this B bomb site. That is a huge mind game for OG. And as long as they shoot their shots, as long as they make that known, NiP, that's going to force him into the A stack.
Let's see, I mean, you know, they say all's fair in love and war, but I don't know if little mind games like that are entirely fair. It feels gross, and I love it. OG, they get smoked off over here at long. Hampus is going to try and wrap around. He's going for another one of these long flanks, but he's going to encounter heavy resistance in the process. Ooh. Hampus shutting down Mantu. Overtime, still on the cards. A B play looking to come in. And right now, all the pressure for that is on Alexa B. He falters. Valde, while he does get one, this B site has crumbled. There's not a smoke for CT, but that gives open lines of sight to Rez. And now MBK and Issa going to try and do all they can to deny overtime in this matchup. It feels impossible, but can they get it done? MBK's down, and this now all falls onto Issa.
Against them all, the odds stacked heavily in the favor of the Swedes, and Issa surely no chance to get back into this round. Alexa B play close to the smoke, and NiP, they know about it. He's been doing that round after round. They shut it down, and with him being the only player inside of B, considering Valde was trying to assist Mantu on long, they've lost the B site. They've lost, taken us to 30+ on our opening matchup of ESL One Cologne. We're going OT. We're seeing all the rounds and more, and that is perfect, Harry, as far as I'm concerned.
It's day 1. It's map 1. There was ace 1, and now we get overtime 1 as well. It is a day of firsts, and my word, I couldn't be happier. This is like, okay, I still feel like I'm going to wake up in a minute and have to begin the day of starting Cologne. Like, this is the dream matchup to begin things with an overtime in our first map. Money's now no longer a problem. We get to see everyone playing lights out, and Nork, well, that shuts the lights out for Alexa B. A world of darkness now for OG is what they're plunged into. They lack the information as to what's going on, and that's where Issa and Mantu are going to look to try and make a bit of a difference. They've gone aggressive into the apartments. They have this deep old angle to get the information, try and lend a bit of a helping hand to the rest of OG. This allows them to stack 2 players in the B site, and Valde through the smoke. Wouldn't even know it was there. Issa hears them running around in mid, and he gets one. Twist falling. Hampus did sneak by, but Issa, I'm pretty sure he knows. I'm pretty sure he saw that, right?
Mantu actually dropped right out of the apartments to deal with that in case he came up short, but it's a long lurk, and Valde again has been so good catching these lurking players. Oh no, the timing! It doesn't get worse than that. Valde looks away as Hamper sneaks into the back line, and Harry, there's only one player at B. There's only MBK sitting here alone. He's looking at the banana. Oh, and that smoke is even better. Valde's got his knife out. Oh, Hamper has heard him, and he's going to get the kill. NiP, somehow they give up their trap card, but they are wrapping the back of the site. MBK needs to do it all alone, and Hampus is going right through the smoke. Rez peeking with him. That's an excellent play for NiP. It all goes wrong for OG, and now a 2-on-3 retake to save the day.
And Mantu ain't even moving. You know, it's overtime, but he's like, guys, I'm not giving up the AWP. I hope you understand. And well, with shots like that, maybe you understand why. Nork locks it in. It's 16 on the board for NiP. And just a heartbreaking way for that round to slip away from OG. Valde missing the timing not once, but twice, and then getting caught on the rotation by Hampus. That is a horrific way to have that first round of OT go against you.
Especially considering that's how we got to OT. Valde in that position, you know, he does get that trade kill in the previous round after Mantu drops, but at that point, they'd lost B, they'd lost Alexi B, and I guess MBK was Alexi B in this round. And NiP just take that B bomb site. Once they figured out the weakness, they have been hitting it round after round. And just look at this highlight. It's not a highlight, it's a low light for Valde at least. He walks away, Hampus clears it. Hampus then hears Valde running with his knife out, unaware, and turns around, and the AK comes out on top. Excellent stuff. Showing you how close these rounds can come in Counter-Strike. Just a second decision, a split-second decision can make all the difference. NiP leading by 1.
And suddenly, any like aggression is just tapered right off for OG. Like, they're so passive in this A site. There's no peeks from Mantu into mid. They're now looking to play this one by the numbers. Mantu's actually completely switched it up and gone in towards this B site. He's holding it solo with that AWP. That's afforded a 4-man stack in towards A. And so NiP heading here early on, they hear that Molotov tag as well up in the apartments. MBK, moment that happened, he comms that to the rest of the squad. They know that there's players in the apartments. This boost at porch side. Oh, they're giving over a double. And still a threat, still a danger. Issa gets heard by the molly. They know that he's here, but he Molotovs out the top of mid to buy some time. There we go. Issa buying time. That's what he's doing. He gets away, and there's Valde with even more. 4 in the round. His second 4K. And 31 kills to his name, 16 for OG. Valde, the hero that maybe they needed.
He's had enough, and I like to see that change from OG as well, right? Not just Mantu solo-AWPing B, which is a big risk considering how many rounds have ended up on B on NiP's T side, but finally OG cross-firing for middle. Even though 2 of those kills are through smoke, like, it doesn't get more random than that. But OG, they've constantly been getting caught by these lurks out long into archway in so many of these rounds. So finally they fight for it, and they do well at that. 16-16, the mid crossfire finds success, and OG go right back towards a double B. In expectation that NiP will do the same, right? That's been their bread and butter. Heavy apartment setup. Twist is waiting for it. Mantu's done the angle, and he is just waiting for this repeat from Twist as the spam comes through. Oh dear.
Oh no, Twist. It's not the pretty sight we were hoping for. And so the advantage given over to OG. Now the rest of NiP stacked up outside of this B site, and Valde gets deleted. Alexa B is going to drop a smoke. Does catch Rez through it, continues spamming Nork. Now taking up this angle, peeks on in, doesn't get away with the kill, and a nice nade onto Plopsky. Rotations coming through. And critically, that bomb is down at the bottom of Banana. This rotation from Hampus is going to take so long to come into this B site that by the time he gets there, these smokes have faded. Plopsky and Hampus are able to replenish them at the very, very least. But OG, they are knocking on the door of B. They are ready to go with this retake. Nork going to try and hold the smoke, but it's not even needed. Alexa B besting Hampus, following up with another. And it's 17 for OG. Fast on their feet. They get in with the retake before the bomb is even down. And now they sit in the lead at the end of the first half of OT.
I love that call from Alexa B to just go in aggressively. He's never scared to take those fights. Knowing that NiP, being a man down already, you know, they've got some pressure. They've likely got smokes in their hands. And as you said, the bomb coming in late. I mean, that was just perfectly poised for Alexa B to come through ruins rather, as the smoke faded. OG leading by 1 for round number 4 on OT. Twist getting a run boost up for Rez, but it's going to miss. We'll be able to get up in time. The AWP up in apartments. Nork had a lot of success here in regulation, but this time a missed shot and some spam damage back to 50. He will fall off. OG putting a lot of early pressure up on this A bomb site. It's been a long time since they were on this T side, but if you do remember, they found the opening 6 rounds and ended with 8 at the half.
Whoa. Alexaby is so scary on these entries. Nork, good for one, back in the site. Now the push looking to come through. Issa quietly down into the pit and no one actually aware that he's so deep. Issa shuts down Rez. Alexaby comes in from long and this A site gets completely pincered into. Everybody falling. Plopsky and Hampus left scratching their head like, guys, what happened to A? How did it go so wrong so damn quickly?
Ooh.
Plopsky, and with a bit of a response to put us back into a 2-on-3. The odds still against NiP. As now they try and get back in at the end of this round. It's either going to be 18 for OG. Match point on the line. Plopsky trying to make all the difference. Good for one. Continues spraying. Looking for a bit more. 10 bullets left though. And Alexaby with a triple. It's 18 for OG.
Yeah, OG just know what they're looking at and know what they're doing on that A site when they go in for the execute. This game has been the battle of the in-game leading long lurks. Hampers splitting CT in so many T rounds. This time it's Alexaby coming up on long. Issa drops pit, makes a bit of a ruckus, draws the attention of Nork on the site, and Alexaby just comes in for the backstab. I love these crossfires from OG, and wrapping the A site has been such a nuisance for the Swedes. Double AWP is back out. Hampus and Nork once again. 1 per site. Hampus over on B. And OG, they're going to double nade him. Oh, that's a problem. He does get out pretty safely. It's 3 nades at the end of things, but only down to 50. He does his best backwards dance and does escape most of the damage. Still softened up for later. OG, they look towards this B site with fire in their eyes and fire at the feet. Hampus is going back in for a little bit more, as he often does. Getting flashed out by Plopsky. There's a man close. Valdi's blind behind the wood. Ooh, the wallbang missing. And Valdi's setting up smokes. Hampus can hear this. He can aggress off the back of it, but he will just wait patiently until Valdi swings out wide and takes the kill. Now OG, they can go back towards A, and NiP have sent a rotate on this B bomb site. There's only 2 here left on the A site here for the CT side.
And Valde decides to keep selling this B play, right, to keep their attention here. Plopsky has checked Banana. He says, guys, Banana's clear. It's going to be an A play. Valde's heard this. They don't even have to commit at this point in time. There's still a timing where they can go back, they can hit B, and it all hinges on this information that Valde gets. There's that rotation.
Oh,
now it's
boy.
happening. Alexaby trying to sell the fake at A. He gets out into the top of middle. Plopsky beginning a silent rotation back into the B site, but it might be too little, too late. The smokes are down. He drops the molly. 25 seconds. They're going to try and wait for it. Smoke now down. They've got to go through. And Plopsky up on the boxes.
Oh.
Good for a double. Issa in with the trade. 15 seconds at a 2-on-3. That bomb has got to go down. NiP trying to keep this game going that much longer. Nork in CT. It looked like he was going to try and take a pot shot there, but bides his time, waits with bated breath back in CT spawn. NiP, can they finish the job that Plopsky started at this B bomb site?
Issa, what a tank. He peeks out wide. He's got a double. It's all on Nork, the AWP in a 1-on-2 to save the map for NiP, to stop OG from taking their pick, and that shot will miss. Only a tag. Valdis shuts it down, and it's OG to find Inferno. Their map in the series. What a start to it.
First best of 3, first ace, first OT, and OG emerge victorious. What a game. What a way to start ESL One Cologne. OG picking up their map pick. There's still more CS to come though. Do not go anywhere. There's nowhere you'd rather be right now. Join us after the break for even more Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, yeah.
Welcome back to ESL One Cologne, powered by Intel. And before the break, we had our very first map of the tournament where OG managed to catch up with NiP and take their map pick, but it didn't look like it was going to be a sure thing all the way, did it, Hugo?
No, I mean, that was such a back and forth game of Counter-Strike. If that sets the scene and sets the stage for this tournament, I think we're going to have some incredible matches, like OG leading strongly in the start, NiP come back with solutions only for them to lead in the second, OG pull it to OT, and finally take the win on that map pick. That was a great game of Counter-Strike.
It was, but I have some concerns. I don't want it to all be positives right now. I mean, I wish it was, but I have some concerns about NiP. They're fabulous with the gun round. It seems like the game plan on their CT side is all about that double AWP setup. When they don't have the double AWPs, Harry, they seem to be in trouble.
Yeah, that is kind of what it felt like, right? Like, you think about that CT side in the first half especially, they found nothing until they had that double AWP between Nork and Hampus. And really, throughout the entire series, Nork was like the only guy stepping up. He's the only one to finish positive. It felt like he was the only guy who, like, had that kind of star potential to turn around on its head and upset the grain of things. And we just weren't short of that on the OG side. And, like, another problem for NiP, and this kind of ties into the fact that Hugo was saying how they just haven't really played many events, / any events, rather, since the player break and what went on before. It is just that it felt like they weren't very good at rolling with the punches, and that was very, very obvious. When things were going according to plan, NiP looked so damn good. They had a great idea of what was going on. When they weren't limited in terms of the equipment they had, they looked so good. But OG, meanwhile, it was like when they take those hits, when they take those stumbles, OG were finding solutions, and NiP, it didn't really feel like they could do the same.
And Mantu on the other side, very quiet first half, Hugo, but then again, he gets the AWP. He gives us our first ace of ESL One Cologne, seemingly finding his identity halfway through the match.
Yeah, love a triple smoke kill. That always sets you up for a bit of success, gets the blood pumping, as this game really did. And, man, I would have been really sad if that game ended with Mantu having a really bad performance for his opener. It's so important that you have all your players, finding their form in such an important opening game, especially when it's your map pick, and one that we've seen Mantu have highlight after highlight on, not with the Julies today, but the AWP will do instead.
And Issa, we just saw on screen, it's almost easy to overlook that performance. He was there every single round, almost so good at cleaning up those bomb sites, Harry. It feels like, actually, the ingredients are all here for OG, and yet it still was too close for comfort.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's not how I would look at it personally, right? I would kind of look at it like, yeah, the first half petered out a bit, but then when it mattered, and you got to bear in mind, really, they were kind of playing that first half in what felt like a bit of a 3-on-5, as much as I hate to say it, with Mantu being pretty quiet, MBK struggling out of the gate. So I think the fact that they get off to such a rip-roaring start, then it goes quiet for a bit, and then slowly but surely the other players start to come alive. That's actually fantastic for OG, and they're able to get this one swept under the rug. They pick up the victory. Issa, as we just mentioned, having a stellar game, really. He was so dependable in the situations where you needed to depend on it. In that 1v2 clutch at the back of the B site, holding the apartments over towards A. Every pivotal role that you put Issa in, he delivered.
And when you talk about clutches, well, they were all in the favor of OG. 3 clutches in this game. One by Alexi, remember, jumping on that A site to kill the guy at the back of the site. One from Issa at the back of B, and another from Valdez. So every clutch round, every 1vx went the way of OG. And when you have those swing rounds, when you have those, teetering on the edge, the fact that OG are winning all 3 of them only goes to show why they took the map in OT.
So I'm wondering then with NiP, do you think this is a case of them all needing to warm up to just feel like they're together on the server going into their map pick?
Yeah, I mean, the fact they get to OT shows that this is a competitive series anyway, but don't for a second think that, OG are going to 2-0 this one easily. That was their map pick. NiP gave them a great run for their money. And as you said, warming up into things, not just individually, but also calling for Hampus, his first proper official since the player break. I think we moved to train. I think NiP are going to have a lot to show us up their sleeve.
And they love a double AWP. We're going to train. It's going to be absolute perfection if NiP play their cards right. And we're going to find out if they can very shortly because we're going to head to a break. And then we'll be back with Map 2 of this series.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors. And bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
Got the parties on tap, getting rowdy on it, getting cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. The shots on my tap, everybody's on back, getting cloudy on it. Yeah, we do it like this, cause I like it like that, yeah. We're going through the motions, in super slow motion. It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. Fire it up, ignite it. I don't wanna fight it no more. I wanna see where this can go. I'm done with playing around, I know it. Yeah. We've nothing to lose. We're lost to the night. We're feeling alright. My eyes are on you, and yours are on mine. We're feeling just fine. Just let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never know. Got the bodies on tap, getting body on it, getting cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. The shots on my tap, everybody's on that, getting cloudy on it. Yeah, we do it like this, cause I like it like that.
So many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running
of scenery. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
ESL One Cologne Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, and GGBet.
This is ESL One Cologne, powered by Intel, and we're about to head into the station because it's map 2 of NiP versus OG, and we're taking it to train.
Oh, I can't wait. It's going to be hard to live up to the hype of Inferno, right? But, I mean, you don't want to be anywhere else because, you know, with Mansu getting that ace, starting to step up, Nork and Twist, double AWP potential, all the storylines are here for Train to be one hell of a map. And I couldn't think of anywhere else I would rather be. I don't know about you folks at home, but I am ready to get me onto some Train. NiP taking on OG. It's the second map in this best of 3 series on the opening day of ESL One Cologne. And well, we don't have to wait long. We are thick and into the action. Pistol round already underway.
And MBK, he's found first blood. OG on that CT side, and they are slaughtering Swedes out in this yard. Bomb plants found for NiP, but nothing further. Not even a single kill to their name. Twist needs to change that game, but he's only done damage, a dink and a kill onto the King himself. But any more from the back of E-Box, they're hunting him down. They're pushing him from all sides, and Alexa B will let nothing go the way of NiP in this round. It's OG finding a pistol defuse and starting things off strong. That's a scary start for NiP, certainly already been down a map, but we're early days, Harry, and if Inferno taught us anything, it's to not count your chickens before they hatch, because, well, that went the full 30 and then some.
Yeah, plus, you know, at that point, they're just eggs, mate. So yeah, that's always something to consider, isn't it? OG, they get themselves the pistol round locked on in. And that there is a nice little start for the squad coming off of a victory on their map pick. Now, I do think that for NiP to be taken seriously here at Cologne, I want them to be winning their own map pick, and I want them to be showing some dominance here. We got a bit of a buy, swap, sell going on back in T-Spawn, right? Like Nork, he's bartering with them. He's secured himself a CZ, so it's all okay with this force buy for NiP. It's the 2 AKs on Hampus and Plopsky that you're going to want to keep an eye on here.
This is such a great map for NiP, not just here, but your current Dignitas, the old boys as well. So never really changing. And yeah, I mean, the orbs, I want to see if Twist brings it out here in this map, right? We had Hampus and Nork. Obviously, I think that was based off of position more than anything. But, you know, this is a map where I feel like we're going to have Twist back on that AWP at some point. Hampus opening kills, and he's going to join Plopsky to find a 5-on-3. This force buy for NiP has caught OG with their pants down. And Valde, he's stuck on the Ivy position. Plopsky's going to go wide. An excellent shot. The flashbang won't stop him. And right now, OG, they've got nothing. This is a clean round for NiP, and the last man left on inner as we look to find a instant response from the Swedes.
Alexa B, you know, like famed for his SMG usage, but this is maybe asking a little bit much of him, right? Going to be NiP, as you say, like it just felt like OG weren't really ready for the force to come on in, and with that first kill just instantly going down, it threw everything into disarray, and like suddenly, you know, you can imagine there would just be chaos. Like, who's watching where? How do we plug that hole? And then every single time you try and fix the problem, it's only getting worse. And suddenly, everything that you've tried to set up for just goes right out the window. And so NiP overwhelm OG there. It's going to be these force buy wars to kickstart Train. And after how Inferno went, I wouldn't have it any other way. You know, we've had our overtimes, we've had our close games, we've had our aces. And now we get to have these force buy wars, to have a very, very tense beginning to this second map.
Yeah, I really like that as well, right? Because we never actually saw any successful ecos or low economy rounds back in that previous map. I'm trying to remember, but I don't think we had a single eco win, which is honestly a rarity in CS when we see, like, you know, at times second round forces have like a 45% win rate. you know, in the past. So, yeah, that's always welcome. Let's see what OG can do with the Deagles out in round number 3. NiP, obviously, you know, after getting the bomb plant in the second round win, they are so well armed. They are stacked up with 3 M4s off the back of OG's previous buy. So, yeah, their investments coming back to haunt them as Nork finds the opening kill. Alexa trying to cross pop, and that's the SMG gone. Picked up by Issa instead. OG going to try and close the distance here with these Deagles, get up close to A main. NiP still looking to split this A site, and they are playing patient as well. Issa runs into the sight line of Flopsky. MBK is trapped on Olaf, and only 1 kill off of the Deagle here from Valde. Mantu helps out, but his position known, trapped in the sandwich, and they'll make a meal out of that. It's going to be 2-1 for NiP. Now the eco coming in from OG, and normality is restored.
Yeah, but rest assured, it's only briefly. We don't want to keep things too normal around here. We quite like the madness. NiP, they should be on a fast track to get 3-1 up here on Train. And I say should be. That's a pretty safe assumption, right? I'm really playing it safe there. I didn't even commit to saying that this should be a 1 round. But obviously, you know, the moment you do, everyone reminds you that USPs do still win rounds sometimes, and they do, but like it shouldn't be happening. And
it won't.
I imagine it won't, but I'd love to be proved wrong, especially because Hugo really did go in confidently there with the, nah, it's not happening. So come on, OG. Let's do it. Bit of damage onto Hampus and Nork, but it's Flopsky's little Mach 10 maneuver getting close towards the connector that should have this one under wraps. And he does. He's getting tagged down by the USPs, but yeah, this one, all the danger's been dealt with, and it is the 3rd round for NiP, but now the buy coming in for OG.
Yeah, honestly, you love having an SMG in rounds like that, right? For AKs, if you're peeked while you're running, you've got a counter strafe to hit the shot. You could easily get double dinked by a double peek, but with Popsky holding W, he doesn't need to stop. He can just jump and shoot, and it's basically fully accurate. So, yeah, Popsky doing the damage, doing the work, and finding a 3rd for NiP. Here's the buy, Harry. Mantu, he saved a bit of money in the second. He's still not going to be able to buy armor, but he will have the AWP regardless, and that's what we want to see with him coming alive near the end of Inferno and helping OG pick up that win. Hampus is not waiting around, and he hasn't quite seen the leg of Alexa, but if he gets closer, there could be a chance for him to strike. That sandwich smoke gives him a bit of room to maneuver, but he's not rushing. And as his fades on the E-box, Issa is up for grabs as well.
Oh dear. Alexa, what's he able to do? There's a bit of a lineup for Alexa, and he's in with 3. Nork wrapping round, will deal with him. And now down into a clutch situation of his own. It's Nork back against the wall. He's dealt with the first man, and he's looking to navigate these murky waters as best he can. He'll get into Pop Dog, up through the ladder. Doesn't know the whereabouts of Valde. That's the one question mark. We, of course, have the privilege of all the information in the world. So both these players down in Ivy. Now, before this clutch even begins, Nork is to begin this very lengthy, very slow journey back to retrieve the bomb. That's not all bad news, though, because during this time, OG, you know, they start to get curious as well. They don't want to be navigating this one blind, so they try and piece together what's going on, and this is putting a little bit of doubt in their head. This has broken up these fights. MBK could have been a vulnerability, but he wins that fight regardless. It's 2 on the board for OG, and a lot of it coming off the back of Alexa holding down Sandwich.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, MBK looking the wrong way just turns in time. He was low. A single bullet would have meant, you know, a one-on-one where the A site is open for the taking. Vado has pushed Ivy. But yeah, Alexa, like you said, sets
I love that. I love that player cam, man. You wouldn't know he just won the round. Like, he literally hasn't changed facial expression.
Just finish things.
Here we go. Nork with the AWP. Love to see it, but he misses his chance. And so now players have gotten out through the connector. That's going to be Issa going aggressive into Pop. Alexa tries to pick up the pace and might come to regret that decision there as he's given over an early advantage to NiP.
Yeah, I never want to call Alexa a liability because so often things like that work and his aggressive plays can be really good. But at times, you know, you will see on these low economy rounds where he's running an SMG into a rifle round, he's going to try and make a play. And that can either make or break because right there, it's given NiP an untraded 5-on-4. not always the case, but now NiP, they're just going to push off the back of that kill. Twist dropping MBK Ivy side. Mantu needs to peek before these flashes come in, but he can't. He's been pushed off, and the blind shot gives away his spot. He's got another bomb dropped, and the AWP is already posted. He won't be able to get more than one, and Valde is now one man alone in a sea of Swedes stuck in the site. Nork is going to clean him out as well. And Harry, I mean, we've not seen Twist on the AWP today. We've only seen Nork and Hampus, but again, you're going to agree with me here, I'm sure. Nork has been a pleasure to watch on this AWP. No fear on the T side with getting aggressive either, which can be such a difficult half to run the AWP on. But yeah, he was a standout player back on Inferno for NiP, even though they did lose.
Yeah, Nork is like calculatedly flashy. You know, like he's not going to take every peek he shouldn't, because he's not like one of these AWPers who just throws caution to the wind and gets like the job done. But he's much more like methodical in it, and the moment he thinks he can catch a timing and then explode on the back of it, it's like he's got a fuse. That's how I'd like explain it, right? Like he builds up in the round and then suddenly, boom, there he is. It's Nork with 3, with 2, whatever it ends up being. You can always count on him in those kind of situations. And really, you know, the moment Train was in the pool, I was already a little bit nervous for OG, because this has been a good NiP map. It's one as well that I think Nork, when we saw him start to pick that AWP up more and more, looked really, really comfortable on. And then now you kind of like compound into that fact that Mantu had, you know, he gets the ace, which is great over on Inferno. But other than that, it was a pretty quiet performance. Yeah. I think you're going to struggle, because Nork was not quiet at all. He was the top performer by a huge margin. And this is a map that can be dominated by a strong AWPing presence. So I'm a little bit worried. Unless we have Mantu showing up, I think Nork could just run rampant here on Train.
Yeah, not to run the AWP point dry any more than we have, but like, you know, especially when you look at OG, that's not a team that frequents towards the AAWP on the CT side, which, you know, it's fine, like whatever, it's whatever you prefer, but yeah, that's certainly something that plays in the favor of NiP, considering how this series has gone. Aggressive flash and nade into the main. Nork is going to have to back up, but perfectly placed. He'll get another couple of kills, assisted by Twist. Is still saved by NiP, and Issa far from safe on this A site. The NiP, they're going to move away, and this is all heard. Those upper halls and the footsteps towards B. Issa's looking to retrieve a gun off the body of Hampus, and that he has found, but not really much else. This is the perfect chance to save.
Yeah, we're not going to see any like high-flying gameplay here in this 1v4, sadly. It's just going to be the AK hold for Issa. But, you know, that still has some value, because one of the problems you're going to have on a map like Train is that utility really does make all the difference on this map. Like, you need a main Molotov early on to dissuade that AWP from peeking, to deny rushes. You need to have utility to hold on to Ivy later in the round. And then over towards the B side, the same can be said, right? So looking at this, you hold on to the AK. Well, the utility was going to be a little bit, yeah, like pretty good, but not all there for OG. Now that danger's mitigated thanks to Issa. He can purchase up a full belt. He can even drop a gun over to allow someone else who's maybe playing one of those key positions to get everything that they need. And that's going to be the decision that's made. He drops that gun over towards Valde. Valde now donning that full belt of utility and feeling real good about it. He can also get a kit, which he probably should do. There we go.
Yeah, no. Leaving something's open.
Let's hope that doesn't. Yeah. I mean, Alexabee's got one, right? But I always get nervous.
Valde is inner. Valde is inner, right? And you're often going to see B retakes more often than A, so that could be somewhat of the thought process, but we'll see again if that has resounding consequence. Alexabee and Issa side by side, pushed up close. They don't know that Hampus has been really good in getting in this position, but he gets caught mid-air. Mantu still winning the fight. Somehow, some way, I don't know. And that is not how NiP wanted to start it off. OG had no clue that Hampus was so deep, but unfortunately there's little value found. Unfortunately for Valde, he has realized he hears the footsteps. Twist is deep. Do they know about Rez as well? He's got to consider it. Rez can't trade. Valde with a double in on the B site. No kit needed, no plant today. NiP stuck in a 2-on-5.
OG did fully rotate off of the A bomb site though, and this has given like a bit of a window where like suddenly you're in this 5-on-2, but you don't really have the control you would like to have over at A. They have everything else though, and so at this point in time, like the only place that NiP can be is already in this A site. So OG are aware of that, and that's why we see them very, very slow, just holding, like already set up for the retake, even though that bomb isn't down yet. Nork with this AWP, Plopsky looking for anything. And like, this is horrible for everyone in the server right now. They're all just hoping that they're not the first to die. And sadly for Nork, that is the case. Plopsky follows up, but now they know where he is. And there's the wrap from Valde. It's a third on the board for OG. And that is one thing I think that we can look forward to from OG in this series, like, or in this map rather. Even if somehow everything else falls flat, Valde is always a treat to watch at that inner bomb site. He was back on North, and now he is in OG as well.
Whoa. That's hilarious. That's unreal. Hampus dies there, but yeah, you'll take it every day of the week. And yet, you mentioned that OG rotate away from A. I love how safe they go in for the re-rotate. They assume the worst, right? And that's always the best thing to do. Assume that NiP are deeper than they are, and just wait and hesitate and see if NiP make noise or make mistakes. OG just wait as long as they possibly can before re-entering A. And NiP don't want to plant because they don't know how close they could be. Rez down the pop dog, ahead of the smoke and into the face of Issa. That's an opening kill for NiP, untraded as well. OG, they've just gambled. They've just stacked 4 players out on this A bomb site right now. It looks to be the right call as NiP shuffle away from B. They have plenty of utility to set up for an outer execute. MBK making a risk. He checks the corner, gives away his gun barrel. He can retreat here. Twist isn't chasing the frag, but the AWP is going to come in for support. Flashed out is Mantu. Twist peeks with a grenade in hand, and MBK will find a 4-on-4.
Yeah, Mantu looking to stand and deliver here as the main push comes on in. Valde holding down from the E-box, only good for 1. Mantu holding for the cross, and Rez gets caught in it. Bomb now dropped. Rotation coming in from Alexa B into Pop Dog as well. That's going to cause some problems the longer this round drags on. And Mantu delivering with 3. 4 on the board for OG, and Mantu hitting the ground running here on Train. It's not a slow starter like Inferno. He is already here the moment that AWP is in play.
Talking of AWPs, well, we're talking of Nork, because he's got it back in his hands. So Mantu's going to have a challenge now, his work cut out for him. Wasn't too much of a difficulty in the previous down Olaf, but NiP, maybe they'll take it towards inner this time. 2 players going fast towards that side of the map. Mantu holding connector side. We got Valde pushing B upper. But that is being held. Oh dear, that looked like dead on, but Nork maybe over flicking in there. The flash doesn't affect him, but neither does the shot. And Valde lives to fight another day, at least knowing this AWP is outside of B. Mantu's going to be very much freed up on the A site to rotate. Smoke coming down on the ramp. And we can see using those new skyboxes, actually. Twist throws in a smoke from Ivy that lands into connector. We see that thrown from pretty much every position on the map now. Oh, nice shot. Mantu waiting in the wings. The AWP posted up for the trade, though, and Plopsky's even got the entry onto B. Valde gone with so much damage done, and the bomb getting planted. The save will be denied.
Yeah, they go running into Ivy with knives out. Like, guys, run! And then Twist is already there, waiting, foaming at the mouth. He knows that if that save comes in, this is the place for it. Issa will at least get rid of him, and that's a bit of compensation for losing out on MBK. Alexa B has just missed this timing. And Hampus now, okay, Issa's holding a nice little angle. Like, this isn't going to surprise him, thankfully. And as Hampus goes back, now he's dead meat. There we go. Alexa B gets it. Cool. It's all kind of come together how you wanted it to. It's 6 on the board for NiP, and 2 weapons saved there for OG.
It's nice to see the effect of that skybox change, right? If people remember, it's actually probably a couple of months back now. Time flies, huh? Where the Ivy skybox has been opened. So Twist actually threw that like deep con smoke on the B side from Ivy. That is usually thrown. Well, initially it was thrown from upper B halls. Then people started to throw it from Pop Dog on the stairs. I think Angel came up with that one in Hellraisers, and it landed flew through the pop dog windows into connector. Well, now we've seen it from Ivy. And OG, they didn't catch on to that. They need to be aware of where that smoke's coming from. You can see it flying through the sky, and they wouldn't have run into Ivy with their knives out. But that's something to learn for a later date. NiP going back towards early A control. And Hampus, he's been so good at creeping and crawling out through these smokes.
Yeah, and this time he's got, I was going to say the rest of the team with him, but Alexa B catches the timing there. Oh, sprays the boost. Very, very close, but not close enough. Rez is also here in Olaf, just waiting for the re-peek from Alexa B. That Molotov is going to force him to reposition. Might not matter, though, because Issa's taken down another. And Alexa B with a ladder stall. Let's see. He's waiting patiently. Back into sandwich he goes. Issa in with another. Alexa B, yeah, there we go. They weren't ready for that. It's been Molotov'd, it's had everything thrown at it, and he's still there, still being a nuisance. And this just leaves Nork in a 1v5. Whoa, what a flick! All right, Nork, all right. You know, I wasn't believing when I first said it, but he gets that. 40 seconds. Realistically, like, still no chance in this one. But I would love to be proved wrong. I would love to be proved wrong.
Oh, there it is. Mantu shutting it down, and man, NiP, I have sympathy for them there, right? Alexa B plays them like a fiddle. Seen in the sandwich, swaps out the gun, they molly it, he climbs up the ladder. Rez in Olaf goes, well, he's not there, I didn't hear the molly burn him, so he's got to be on top of the train. He's looking, they even nade Alexa B down to 50 on top of Blue, and then he just goes back down into that previously molly position. The last thing that NiP would expect, they assumed that he'd already crossed out. Very confusing round for them, I can imagine. And yeah, OG, they come back in with a fifth. It's been back and forth and back again. NiP's money broken. 2 Galils, not a pretty picture by any means. Especially not when it's surrounded by pistols. And honestly, despite Hampus like getting this deep position, it was really good early in this T side at catching OG off guard, right? Slipping through sandwich, getting kills on E-box as the smoke fades. But even though OG aren't actually seeing him get out of main, thanks to the utility, they're aware of the possibility. They're going, oh dear. They're going, okay guys, always be ready for Hampus inside of a smoke in the A site. And since that point, they've just been shutting him down round after round. So nice to see OG already becoming aware of the tricks and tendencies of this T side.
MBK, 18 bullets as they get out through Ivy, but not for long. MBK knocking them out of the round. NiP, it's kind of all falling apart really in this one. Hampus all alone. And he's got the bomb at least, but like, you know, that's really all he's got going for him. Poor guy, 1v5. Can't plant here, man. It's going to keep on creeping forward, looking to get into B. But at this point in time, like OG, they're going to stack in towards both of these sites with like a 3-2 split between A and B, knowing that really no matter what happens, they're not in too much danger. Hampus, what can he do? Maybe catches the timing onto Issa here. He just flicks back in that exact moment as he gets out through Pop Dog. It's 6 on the board for OG as they've started to right their wrongs. And now they're all tied up.
This was hilarious. Issa checks it, and then he gets flashed back in. And he's like, wait, where did he go? He's behind me. But you can see as he turns, he actually sees that player peek. Issa's looked really good today, man. Like over on that CT side of Inferno, moving to the balcony position, getting a lot of value done there. Now finding some clean, quick kills with this retrieved AK. And 6-6, OG bounced back from the early lead of NiP. Full Glocks. Oof. Yikes. What can you do here if you're the ninjas?
Yeah, I mean, I would hate to run into Valda with like full rifles at this B site. So like this is really not great. And then you got Mantu in connector. Oh my word, this should be ugly. This should be gross as they get ready to go in. No amount of getting ready is going to get you prepared for what lies on the other side, though. Valda holding for the ramp push, waiting patiently. The smoke starts to fade, so now he drops the Molotov, and he goes through the motions. Issa still in pop for a fast rotation. This round should pretty much be dead to rights. Like, I mean, it's only Glocks, but like the real objective here for NiP is a bomb plant, and I don't even know if they're going to get away with that. Get the first man out. Valde. Oh, actually, couple of missed shots, and that leads to him falling. So a bomb plant coming in for NiP. Should get mopped up by Issa on that pop flank, but even then, he's only good for one. They get all the kills shortly thereafter, but still, like, the Glocks get the plant, they get 2 kills. That's exactly what you were hoping for if you're NiP.
Maybe it was off the back of Issa's flank that Valde moved away from that ramp position, but it didn't feel like it was communicated to Man2. Both Valde and Man2 were watching upper as the push came through, and yes, obviously a lot of players coming there. That's a good hold from Valde, but NiP had the bomb on ramp, and they get down for free, and they get a bomb plant. Like you said, that never should have really happened, considering OG were almost certainly aware what was going on. But yeah, maybe a lapse in communication, and it costs, you know, nothing to OG, but it gives money to NiP, and that facilitates the AWP in this round. It wouldn't have been there without it. But it's not the end of the world. It's still a full buy for NiP. They have 6 on this T side. They're looking to build. Nork holding upper. Issa, that is dirty. Peeking into the holding Plopsky. The grenade goes deep and they spam him off. That's a great play for Rez. He knows that Issa cannot back up into the grenade after the early damage done. And so the wallbang, at minimal risk to him, finds the trade kill. NiP now a man up. Know that OG won't have more than 1 in this B bomb site. And they can go for the execute straight in with 4 coming down the ramp.
Valde here with the AWP.
Uh-oh.
They're already out. They're already in the site. He's still looking at upper. Isn't exposed just yet, but Hampus down by Oil, and he might have heard that little drop there from Valde. They're already very, very close. And oh, there we go. Valde's going to get it. It's a 3-on-3, and maybe now on the back of getting that kill, it looked like they were poising to save, but now that they've got these even odds, they're a little bit more invested, and they're looking to take another man away if they can. Half the time already ticked off this bomb, though. If you are going to go for this, OG, they've got to go now. This molly forces Twist up on top of the train, but he shuts down 2, and now looking for the 3rd, while Valde does find it. It's not enough to turn this one around. It's 7 on the board for NiP. And similar to Inferno, we are split right down the middle heading into the end of the half.
Yeah, I mean, last map was a game of T-sides as well. It feels like that's showing through again for NiP. I do wonder what OG have to show us on their T-side of this map. Knowing it's the Swedes' pick, they're certainly looking prepared. And if they take the win at the end of the half, this is going to be set up very well for them. Twist looking good, man. You know, there was never a doubt about his rifling, but it's such a flashy AWPer. Nork is filling his shoes very, very well, and Twist is not stepping down when it comes to those AK kills. Wallbangs won't connect. 5A early to allow for utility, and we're going to see Valde rotate right back into B. All the timing, the catch, but Alexi B, he sponges the bullets. He bodyguards MBK, and MBK is going to get a kill deep through the smoke as Twist walks right through. That's actually so unfortunate.
Alexa V's like, get down, Mr. President, leaps into the sandwich and saves his life. Man, that's a pretty horrible way to have that kill taken away from you. MBK, he's waited so patiently by this smoke, and it's rewarded him once already. Surely not going to get rewarded again. And it will start to fade now. Plopsky waiting on the other side. This bomb is back towards B, but it looks like this is setting up for a fake, like trying to bait a rotation away from this A site. I do think though that in this 5-on-3, like if I'm OG, I'm not heavily over rotating on the back of this smoke. Like you've already got 2 players here. That's already more than enough. And so yeah, no one's budged, no one's moved. NiP, they're still walking into the more stacked site. The bomb now dropped, and that there is a big problem over in Pop Dog. MBK does get bested at the very, very least. Plopsky out in Ivy, and Issa looking for it. Also has to split his attention between Pop Dog, and this they're not the most ideal position for Issa, but he's made it work. Plopsky down, Nork in with the response. 1v3 and Valde flanking, and should be at dead to rights. OG 8-7 at the end of the first half of play. We still have even more train yet to come. That second half of play coming up after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
got a match. Just go ahead and light it. I wanna see where this is going. We're done with playing games, not knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose. We're lost at the night. We're feeling alright. There's no need to choose. We'll make up your mind. We're feeling alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Oh, got the parties on tap, getting rowdy on it, getting cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it like this, cause that's the way we want it. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Gonna do it like this, yeah, we never look back. The shots on my tap, everybody's on that, getting cloudy on it. Yeah, we do it like this, cause I like it like that, yeah. We're going through the motions, in super slow motion. It's time to lose your inhibition, developing a blind ambition. Fire it up, ignite it. I don't wanna fight it no more. I wanna see where this can go. I'm done with playing around, not knowing, yeah. We've nothing to lose. We're lost at the night. We're feeling alright. My eyes are on you, and yours are on mine. We're feeling just fine. Just let it go. Gonna do it like this, gonna do it like that. Everybody's on that, gonna do it like this. Yeah, we never look back. Got the bodies on tap, getting rowdy on it, getting cloudy on it. Got me on the right track, yeah, you got me on it. Gonna do it.
Well, the setting is different, but the scene is the same. 8-7 to OG at the end of the first half of Train. And our second map of this first best of 3 at ESL One Cologne is well and truly underway. Hugo, you've got a bit of a B stream update for us. If you don't want that ruined, go ahead and mute the stream right now.
Yep, the national knockout between Big and Sprout is in the second map. Sprout did pick up the first, and Big are leading 14-12 on the second. That's on ESL_CSGO B, if you want to watch the Germans take each other on. But right now, and right here, is NiP OG in map number 2. OG in the lead, showing us a great CT side, but Propsky is going to find first blood here in the A site. Those USPs from a range, tapping down, dangerous stuff, twist with a double before he's finally silenced. About it, a clutch that he just can't continue. NiP, they're going to level up the score 8-8 on their map pick here in the series, and they need to show us why.
Yeah, we had OG win the pistol in the first half in really just as a convincing fashion, and then we had that force buy back in from NiP, and we saw the start of those force buy wars. I'm wondering if we're going to see the same thing from OG. It doesn't look like it. They might just take the eco here and now with a focus on the investment in this follow-up round. Now, that does mean that Mantu is going to be lacking that AWP moving into the first buy round, but it gets those AKs out just that little bit earlier. Down into Pop. Taser in hand, Alexa B ready to dish out some justice. No one comes his way. Ooh, there it is! He gets it. Taser kill for Alexa B. The first Zeus in the first best of 3 as well. And already I love OG.
NiP might not agree with that statement, but it's not the end of the world. Oh dear. There's the smoke down on B. We're going to see a quick execute here for the Glocks. Nothing really behind them. Hampus getting dinked up by the one P250. There could be a chance. Plopsky's mowing them down, but a bomb planted. Hampus getting wrapped back. He's already low. A gun gifted over, but already the players unable to pick it up. They've lost their life. MBK pushed close, unaware, and he's on the triple burst as well. That's never going to work. Not at that range. Defuse coming through, but that's a good round for OG, man. 2 kills off the back of the Zeus and P250 combo. And NiP, well, Defuse comes through. OG are going to be armed well for their first rifle round. Mantu, if he wants it and no utility, he can buy up the AWP. So let's see if he opts for that as well. I love this. This is great. The more Zeus, the merrier.
Yeah, especially because like there are, as we just saw there's some really good like routes that you can run where if you get there and the timing's good and you hit all the timings you need, the Zeus could be pretty effective. You know, I've seen you wielding it to good effect over on Overpass, Hugo, with short play. Nades going down in towards this B site early, and Hampus's aggression gets taken. Oh goodness, Valder slipped down the ladder. It wasn't meant to happen like that.
I think he was showing his legs. It's pretty common to show your legs and dive back up, but not only did he have his Glock out, meaning like, you know, even if you're RNG shooting on the ladder, you're not going to get a kill, but also he had full util, man. They could have mollied that out. They could have cleared it with flashes. So a bit of a surprise to see OG neglect to clear the pop dog perfectly. But NiP, they'll take it. Hand wrapped and gifted to them, and a man advantage in the opening rifle round.
Oh, and Nork with his AWP ready to go. One man has gotten out. The flash is good. That's going to force the AWP out of action, but Twist is going to try and go through this smoke. Oh, he's gone back-to-back with Mantu. This is a bit of a disaster. Mantu's now lost in the smoke as well. They're trading places. It's Freaky Friday, but Mantu gets the kill. Does just about get away with his life. Alexabee's in the B site in the meantime. And look at this, right? This little sneaky play, right? We have to be very, very quiet because Alexabee, if we're too loud, they might hear us and then they might hear him. Alexabee could do a hell of a lot on this flank. At least 1 kill guaranteed. And there it is. Nork now down. And suddenly this A-hold gets thrown into disarray. Mantu, is he going to be ready for Hampus close? This kill could make all the difference in the outcome of this round. And he doesn't check it. Hampus gets given that one for free. Alexabee stuck between a rock and a hard place. And it's Hampus putting up the double. NiP, they reach double digits as they go 10-8 up.
Yeah, clean CT side so far, 3 in a row, and no more money for OG either. They would have loved a bomb plant on that MTB bomb site, but the package not in the right place for it. Norksop does a lot as well down on Ivy. That's kind of what we hoped and needed from him in this series. At such unlucky timing, the Twist gets through the smoke as well because Mantu walks right through the other side, and MBK, thinking his back is covered by his teammate, just gets shot in the back of the head. Nothing for him to do. Triple nade on the site. No one jumping up for the cross. That's a common route for CTs to get towards Sandwich, but OG's nades get nothing done, and that's a bit of a shame for them. Only Deagle's left behind this Twist. Oh, it's a messy spray. Very little accomplished, but he will get information. He'll spot 2 players and be able to back up. Now the rotates inner. 2 CTs here to deal with it. Rez has pop for a late drop. Valde ducking potential wall bangs. OG, despite showing early B presence, are going to group up back towards that A site. And funnily enough, Hampus is still holding ramp. So he has all this information. Not that Twist is going to be rotating just yet because there's nothing to imply that OG are back towards A. But as soon as someone gets spotted, we can have that double rotate or push immediately come through.
Yeah, Issa gonna like to try and get in through main. Now, he does have quite the man to get past in the form of Plopsky. And that smoke actually gives them a passageway out, and it allows them to bypass this double pop hold. Now, I thought maybe that was going to do them more favors than it has. Plopsky and Twist have delivered, and Plopsky still putting up these numbers. Leaves it onto Alexabee. Try as he might, this is a nigh-on impossible round 4 and 20 seconds left. Plopsky tagging him down, going to finish it off with 4, and it's NiP knocking on the door of an 11th round.
Yeah, this is a really clean CT side right now, and it's kind of the worry we had for OG coming into a map like this. NiP have done their homework. Their setups look good. No stone is unturned. It's not like OG are able to catch any, you know, open positions. That one time they got Alexi B into B, but it was a 4-on-2. And, you know, he only took 1 kill off of that flank. There was only one available. So, NiP leading by example, 11-8. AWP out for both sides, single. Alexi B is going to have to smoke that Molotov. It only gives away his position, and they can spam him if they want. Molotov for Plopsky, he gets aggressive. Oh, he's hiding in Olaf. He can wait for the fade, and if he hears his flash, he can even push through or spam as well. He doesn't want to. Biding his time for as long as he can. Alexi B is spamming, but not in the right corner. Plopsky popping out with one. There's Mantu caught as well, and that is excellent work for Plopsky. He's going to get caught. MBK's patient as ever, and he's on a 3-piece right now. He needs the fourth. He needs the clutch as Nork has dropped the Ivy Lurk, and MBK is going to go back for the bomb and use his years of experience to outbrain the opposition.
Oh, but Nork, he's been doing his homework. He's coming on this rotation over towards B. Just as I say that, now holding for the aggression from MBK. This is at least going to leave him nearby, and MBK might not have as much time here as he would hope. Oh, no. Getting this bomb down. Nork. Oh, there we go. There we go. Back in towards B. USP still the weapon of choice here. That's a curious one. MBK, while he is tagged, you know, you're going to need the headshot to make this choice worth it. Nork making a lot of noise, and he's spotted that that bomb is planted out in the open. Clearing the bomb site. Molotov onto upper, but not ready for MBK. Hidden on the bomb train. It's 9 on the board for OG and 4 in the round for MBK.
Big clutch from him. And yeah, I think someone must have made the call that, like, okay, he's low, last low. You know, MBK, he won 3 kills before that 1-on-1. So, you know, you've got to make the assumption that, okay, someone's shot him, someone's tagged him, but you never know how much damage, right? And you hit the nail on the head, Harry. Like, even if he finds that position, even if he gets a 1-on-1 versus MBK without his back turned, if he doesn't hit an immediate dink, that was a lost round. So, nice try from Nork, but yeah, he even made the wrong call on the site initially. Staying in the connector, gambling between both. And it's going to be OG finding their first on the T side. Better late than never. NiP's money isn't exactly pretty either, right? These rounds have come close. They've come down to the clutches, and that's going to cost you in the CT side. We've got that double AWP out. One of them being a scout. Nork on it. Hampus has his AWP. Twist is just in this series not touching those AWPs. So this is looking less like a map change and more like a permanent fixture. But we'll see more and more as NiP continue to play throughout this tournament. Popsky pushed pop side. We've got OG walking into B. And look at the minimap. There's one dude here, and it's the one man without a weapon. Twist on a pistol has so much to do and nothing to do it with. This early rotation from Nork is necessary.
Yeah, and even then, if they don't deliver kills like into like a 3-on-3 or a 4-on-4, this round should be over. There's Nork with the scout looking for a bit more. No one's looking at him. No one's looking over at Nork. They're giving him so much freedom, and oh, he's still alive. Still a problem. Nork trying to deal with Valde, who's getting aggressive. Missed shot. Valde closing the distance. Now we're going to slow it right down. Alexa B does delete Hampus. We're into this 3-on-3, though. That's what NiP needed. Valde strips it away from them. There's the trade. The bomb still on upper. This is a bit of a problem now. Issa flashed, but a miss spray from Plopsky. Nade going to find a lot of damage. They lose Nork, and now it all falls onto Plopsky up on top of the train. First man down, and oh, Alexa B tagged. Plopsky lands the jump. Missed shot from Alexa B, but it's a Whip City down inside of the B site. Alexa B gets it, and it's 10 on the board for OG. They just, and I mean just, win that round. Oh, it wasn't pretty. It wasn't lovely to watch, but they do get it, and they reach double digits. They bring the economy of NiP to its knees, and it's another force buy from the NiP squad.
Glock versus USP, and that's the lack of head armor coming back to bite NiP there, right? When you know you're against AKs, that's one thing, but nothing worse than losing to something like that. Alexa B, great job. Well, that was a messy round at the best of times. NiP, I like it. They know that it came down to a 1-on-1, even though the OG aren't broke just yet. They have nothing left in their bank, so NiP will force right back in. If they win this round, OG are on an eco, or at least a force of their own. And so I actually really like this call. Nork showed us a lot of promise with that scout out on B. It's a very dangerous decision from the Swedes that could cost them in the long run, but As much as there is a risk, there is the reward of winning the round. And on a map like Train, look at what NiP are doing there. They're using these pistols to great, advantage. They smoked off main. They've taken close positions. They've denied crucial map control for OG. And, this almost forces OG either to retake main with those 2 pistols or just to head inner where NiP can try and, use that scout to their advantage once again. It's currently sat on the site watching Ivy. But this is looking to retake main position as the bomb goes towards B.
That little bit of attention from Issa, that one Molotov and the spray in main, maybe has just bailed OG out of some danger here, right? It's forced a man around from B. NiP, they've just gamble stacked inside of the site. Rez, naded, spammed, Molotoved. He's not having a good time down in Pop Dog. It's not a very welcoming sight to see. Speaking of welcoming sights, this B one, the carpet's rolled out, the bomb can go down, and OG are ready to call it home.
Yeah, honestly, NiP safe, and they agree. They're just going to go right for it. As long as they can keep 5 alive, they can just do this again in the next round and start to build up that money for the later buy. It will mean that OG are realistically probably going to start leading after this one, as NiP's force finds nothing in this round. Rez gets caught in the Pop Dog. I would have loved to see him fast flanked, right? Because what OG did there is they threw that Molotov on the Pop exit, which means, either he has to stay in Pop or run through the Molly and take decent damage. He stays in Pop, they double nade it, but it doesn't kill him. It just puts him low. And so by OG's guessing, they go, well, Pop's clear. The nades would have killed anyone in there. We spammed as well. We mollied the exit. We heard no damage. And so they immediately turn around and discount that position. There's a world where Rez can sneak up that ladder and have a really, really fast B flank. But not in this world. And honestly, the save is worth it anyway, right? That didn't look like a winnable round, especially with no kit and a B bomb site plant. OG 11-11. It may have been a strong CT start on this map for NiP, but 3 in a row from the T's, and the AWP is back out from Mantu again. Let's see if this saved force can find a little bit more for NiP.
Yeah, the only downside to it going down in that fashion, right? Like, yeah, you get the pistols again, but any damage that you find is like inherently a little less valuable. Like, even if you win this round, there's still an investment for OG as a result of keeping 5 players alive in the one prior. So let's see what they're able to accomplish with this. They get into main once again. Mantu's holding down Ivy. Hampus has gone aggressive outside of B. All across the map, it's the same kind of idea of NiP stripping away these very key areas. The only liability that they've left open is Pop Dog. And they're now having to keep an eye on that from this main aggression. Ivy, there's a bit of a window where they can get out. Twist has now moved in to try and plug that plop. Ski Deegan down another in the meantime, and this has gotten dangerous. Mantu's had to trade the AWP out for the AK to make these entries happen. Valdet. Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, goodness. It's a flawless round for NiP. And, like I'm saying, well, that's still a buy for OG, but that's a huge round for NiP to pick up, especially because they were buying here anyway. Now they get away with AKs. They take stuff out of that round. They get an injection of money with $2,000 already in the bank account. Suddenly, NiP went from, being in a bit of a rough spot with back-to-back force buys to now having so much cash, all the weapons they need, all the utility they need, and they're on the verge of breaking OG. That round there could be the one that secures NiP this map.
Yeah, I mean, think back to how they went 5 outer in the round that OG hit B and NiP just saved, right? That is exactly why NiP were playing 5 outer. They were wanting OG to walk into that setup. And, OG, they don't want to go B twice in a row. They don't want to be predictable. But if anything, NiP, well, they predict it regardless. And huge benefit, huge win in terms of the money, as you say. AWP out for Nork. And OG, this is their economy on the line. This could be the map on the line, as NiP will find 13 if they win this and break the money down to 0. Smoke down Ivy. There's 3 T's here. The Molly's going to push Twist back. He can't compete, can't fight. Still 2 inner for NiP, and they're already starting to consider that re-rotation. Nork is running across the trains to get back into A, but it might be too little too late. Plopsky getting tagged up from main side. Here's that Ivy take. The deep smoke is going to isolate Twist in the corner, and he needs results. He can't find it. MBK with the opening kill. He is low, but Nork can't find anything through the smoke either. NiP are already starting to peel out of the bomb site. The Orb swapping into Connector will drop the bomb. Hampus climbs up, gets knocked down a peg, and Nork trades the Orb right back. This is so unclear. This is so back and forth, and this is a great call for NiP. Absolutely disengaging, falling off of the site and playing retake together as OG get the plant in on A.
Especially with Rez just getting that kill in pop like moments ago. Right now, suddenly he is in Connector along with Nork. MBK very, very low on health, trying to keep an eye on this position single-handedly. Valde just playing for that defuse, playing for main. Now the bomb isn't in like the best spot for a main after plant. He's going to have to run quite a distance to get into this one. And with them tapping the defuse, MBK has the information.
Wow.
Oh no, MBK, there's one, does get traded by Rez. He tries to get on the bomb, but Valde arrives in time. It's 12 on the board for OG, and MBK, the mastermind, just sat there playing with his food, waiting patiently, letting as much time tick off of that defuse as possible. So even if he does fall, like even if, you know, I mean, exactly what happened. He gets that one kill and then dies, but they had to get on that bomb. They had to get on the defuse, and that just frees Valde up to win the round.
Yeah, that's so great. And the whole time NiP are just standing there like, why aren't they peeking? Why aren't they checking? Well, they've already got the info. And a big round from OG to keep this one competitive. Man, this whole series has been back and forth, Harry. Overtime in the first, and we are neck and neck in the second. I hope we get a 3-map series out of this one, but that would mean NiP need to start picking up this round right here, right now, and it's a fast outer take. MBK with the entry. Plopsky's going to trade, but he's getting wrapped on the top of the blue. Issa dropping in. Oh no, it's a mess, and the Org is going to find success. MBK trading into Con. Twist will get their responsive kill. Actually, a team flash onto Nork. Valde flicking back and dealing with a pop flank as well from Inner. There's a chance here for Valde. We know what he can do in these clutches.
Yeah, one to his name already. He needs the 3-piece to pick this one up. And up on top of the green train he goes. Plopsky down here at the back of it. And we saw him. Swings on out. And it's Plopsky with 3 of his own to put a 13th on the board for NiP. They just about keep this lead in their favor. But it kind of has like a rippling effect. Like just outside of keeping the lead, you've wrecked the economy of OG. And now at this point, NiP, they are poised to take train. OG are in a very, very rough spot. Like, do you take the force here and now? Do you wait? Do you give up 14 before you have an investment back in? And even then, it's going to be lacking in some ways, right? You're only going to be getting a little bit of money. So for players like Issa, that's a real problem. He's only got 1,500 to his name. That's going to leave him with very little to work with moving into that investment round if that's how they decide to play it. So this is a very heavy decision to make.
Plopsky, top of the server right now. We've been waiting for that. This guy has been a tank inside of NiP for so long now. And even though the Orbs aren't the ones bailing them out, NiP, they'll take whatever they can get. And right now, leading by 1 with that force in for OG, putting all their eggs in one basket. NiP, the scramblers themselves, 1 man on Inner. It's Hampus with the SMG, taking the hit. OG, they want to hit this B site early. Already 5 players going through the halls, sneaking in as well. They don't want those pop players to hear anything. Ducking below the potential wall bangs, these shots to go through, only to imply that they're setting up smokes towards A. That's not the case, and Hampus has already cleared out 1 inside of the halls. Not going to rotate, watching upper. Means Hampus is freed up to deal with the ramp, and he's got so much utility for that position as well. OG, they're not waiting. They're not playing around. They're committing fast.
Oh, they get out upper, but that leaves them in the prying eyes of Nork. Oh, unfortunate unscope. They get into the site, and now that bomb plant can be found at the very, very least. But here comes Plopsky, the heavy hitter, the big man, is on the scene. And he might not even be needed. Twist in with another, make that 2. And there's Plopsky with the final. It's going to be 14 now for NiP. They break apart that B play. They lose 1 man in the process, but it was only the MP9 that falls. It's really not the end of the world, whereas it might be the end of the run here for OG, at least on train. Bomb Plant gives them a bit more money, but not enough to invest. At the best, they're looking at pistols here.
NiP, they were the ones to make the risky force earlier, and even though it forced a save and eventually led success with 5 alive on that eco on A, well, OG, they do the same. They go for the risky force, and it costs them, like you said, maybe even the map here. They're going to go back in with a buy against 14, not wanting to play 4 OT on their opponent's map pick. I don't blame them. Fast out A with the SMGs, trying to flood the site is Alexi B. He's got that smoke down on the sandwich. Hampus was annoying, a nuisance in this position. Alexi B looking to be the same. There's been a lot of comparisons between these two IGLs in this matchup so far, but the pistols are not getting anything done. SMGs try at the site. Valde MBK with 1 apiece, but Nork is still in the connector, and he's holding for this wrap down old bomb. Hits the shot, not the kill. They get closer, and he misses. Oh dear, Valde's out on ammo. Down to the Glock, he gets the kill. B's been opened up. Twist is on a rotation. He's going to hear all of this, and right place, right time, right shots. It's 15 for NiP on their map pick, looking to take us to Mirage.
That's heartbreaking. It gets so close, like especially considering how the start was just falling apart for OG. They do a great job of getting that into a 2-on-2 in the first place, but as you say, Twist, right place, right time, 15 for NiP. And looking to make this a 3-mapper, just 1 away from getting us there. And as has been the case in all 3 of these final rounds, if that's what this ends up being, there's no money for OG. They forced, and now they've got to force again, and neither one of them have given the results they were hoping for.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like when it doesn't work, it looks like a bad play, right, from the outside, but you can understand the logic behind it. OG were trying to save their bacon by winning the force buys that NiP had success on earlier on. So, you know, with it not going their way, it just looks rough and nothing but. No AKs in these final 3 rounds of regulation. And OG, the only way to change that is by picking up a win here and giving themselves a little bit of money, a little bit of leg room to work for the final 2, but there's nothing to imply that they're going to win this round with how those previous 2 rounds have gone. Plenty of utility. That is it. 2 running B. Alexi B going to get a Molotov in deep to deny an upper aggressive player, but NiP only have 1 on that B bomb site. There will be Nork rotating with the AWP. He's been very mobile on this CT side, dealing with those upper B plays every single time, but it's not a B take. It's OG going for the fake and dropping back down pop. Alexi B, I love it. His teammate's Molotov, he drops into it and takes less damage than if it was his own or an enemy's, and he gets at least a bit of foothold inside of this site. A trade in the favor of OG. No guns to be retrieved though, and Twist is sitting at the back. Nork supporting with the AWP. OG just running through smokes, and it might not be the solution to this site hold.
NiP, they've locked in the full 3 maps. Try as OG might, they weren't able to get this second one over the line. Mirage is now loaded in the chamber, and our first best of 3 here at ESL One Cologne is ready to go the distance. This is where you want to be. This is the Counter-Strike action that we've all been missing out on. NiP OG culminates after the break.
As a motivator, let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back again. against the wall. Still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball. I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call. I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Losers to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we fight and not afraid to level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
I don't want your empathy, I just want another enemy. I'm not gonna change a thing for you. I'm over middle ground, and I really wanna burn it down. I'm not your friend, and I won't pretend I am. So don't reach out, and I mean that. I'm under siege, and I need you to see that. You're on one side, I'm on another, and we will wage war upon each other. I'm no angel, you're not either.
Welcome back to ESL One Cologne, powered by Intel. We just had our second map between the Ninjas and OG. And NiP managed to bring it back on their own map pick, and we are, of course, going to Mirage very shortly. But before then, gentlemen, we've got to talk about the choo-choo train, because OG weren't looking too shabby until they got to their T side, Harry.
Yeah, it was like a really, really good start in the beginning, right? That CT half from them was looking great. And then the T side came around, and I think they were just giving NiP a little too much respect, right? Like this, whenever I think of OG, I think of what we saw in those final 3 force buy rounds, like the smart little Molotov pushes from Alexa B, like throwing caution out the window. And that was nowhere to be found when they had the rifles. And I just think that was such a shame. Like every one of those force buys got down to like these 2v2s or 3v3s, and those are very, very winnable if you have the weapons, if you have the utility to go behind it, and they never did. And so sadly, it felt like, you know, we saw the OG we know and love right at the end of the game when it felt like it was, you know, just a little too far gone, and NiP were feeling confident. You know, the win was right there, and they took it.
Well, when you get a 7
down, I'm not sure.
Range. We talk about orbs. Well, you know, SMGs, they're not really going to be the best outer yard rush weapons, but yeah, I got to agree with Harry with that one as well. Another note is, like, we look at clutches like we did back on Inferno, and they all fall in the favor of OG. These players are incredible. They have such clutch potential, so much experience, but unfortunately, NiP just had the protocols. They had to rotate. They knew the setup. Nork was extremely mobile on that CT side. I just think that was a masterclass of train for NiP.
Yeah, that's something I kind of want to expand on as well. Like, you touched upon how this is a really good AWP map, needless to kind of say, right? Like, Train is an AWP's bread and butter. Nork looked really good. And sadly, like, Mantu was just nowhere to be found, like didn't stack up there. So I think the moment you look at it like that as well, you're not finding the openers off of your AWP. In fact, it kind of starts to feel like Mantu never really got to play into a lot of those rounds. Like, think about the amount of times they would lose 2 players. He's got to swap out onto an AK to try and make like an entry or something happen. And it just wasn't there. Like, I think we needed a bit more from Mantu's AWP, a bit more proactiveness over on the T side. And instead, it felt like he was just having to react to whatever problems NiP were throwing his way.
Well, it was the Nork show on Inferno. And Nork, fantastic performance again with the AWP on train, but his mate Plopsky was coming out of the front for NiP. Just ignore that awkward moment where it was a 1v1 USP versus Glock between him and Alexi. I don't think he's going to want to be reminded of that one, nor do I.
From top names
we saw in those final 3.
He wasn't needed to an Inferno, but right when NiP have a little bit of struggles, he comes alive again.
It's interesting to me, we've been talking about IGLs quite a bit, you guys, particularly during your cast, drawing attention to the differences between Alexi B and Hampus. Hampus, very much comfortable with that AWP as we saw in Inferno. That map, though, we're not seeing as much from him. Meanwhile, Alexi B determined to do the heavy lifting. It's like he wants to take ESL One Cologne all by himself, Harry. I wonder if he's so focused on doing everything for his team that he's not necessarily leaving the team to do the rest of it.
Well, you know, I mean, I think we'll learn more about that the more we see OG play, right? Because that's quite like a tricky thing to read into. But there on train, I see what you mean in the sense that a lot of those rounds come down to him on like the entries and making the plays happen. But I think that's where I like Alexi. You know, that's where I want him. If I think about even his time in ENCE, that really felt like what he was doing there as well. So for me, I don't know, Frankie. I think that's one that me and you don't see entirely eye to eye on.
I just think he's the IGL. He's not meant to be the star player. So his team, they're not going to have the opportunity to step up if he's doing all the work. But is he going to do all the work on Mirage? We know he's able to. So we're going to find out after this short break.
Are you the biggest CSGO fan? Then look out for the DHL Drop Quiz and show off your incredible CSGO knowledge. Reply with the right answer in Twitch chat and track your position on our live leaderboard. Will you make it to the top and win €1,000 in prizes? #GamersUnite.
Intel Gamer Days is on now. Whether you're looking to buy or build, now is a great time to upgrade. Get limited time offers and giveaways from top names in PC gaming. Unleash elite gaming performance with systems featuring new 10th gen Intel Core processors and bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game optimizations for a mightier PC experience. Act now. Intel Gamer Days is only here for a limited time.
If you want to know what you're good at and, well, also what you suck at, check out csgohub.com. Coming!
First time, it's making sense. I thought I knew you. Turns out I never did. I've been running over all the corners of my mind, trying to find a story to believe. And I've been getting sick of how I'm spending all my time, searching for a way to find relief. And I can say it's like go to sleep, but I feel like I need to let go. And I can spin a web of any story that I like, but tonight I wanna make a masterpiece. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass and filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar. I'm just trying to learn from all the things that I've been told. I'm gonna paint a new reality. It doesn't take a lot to turn a person into gold. Yeah, I've been getting good at alchemy. And you can stay inside in the dark, but without it you never let go. And when you're done with hiding and you wanna have control, you and I can find a perfect fantasy. Stepped out looking like a small fire, half glass that filled with desire. Head down, but I know I can't deny it. Life is fun when you're a liar.
ESL One Cologne Online is brought to you in part by Intel, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, DHL, and GG Bet.
Welcome back to ESL One Cologne, powered by Intel. We're about to head into our decider map between NiP and OG. It's gonna be Mirage, and just judging by the performances from both teams so far, it's undoubtedly gonna be a close one, Hugo.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's been this series all over, right? Overtime on the opening map, a close affair in the second. NiP just pushed it over the line on their pick, and now this one's up for grabs for anyone. I wouldn't want it any other way. I'm still leaning in the way of NiP as I did before the series. I think that has especially been shown in the previous map, but OG, man, they've not been sleeping at the wheel. They've been impressing me.
Yeah, it's just, you know, as we heard in that MBK interview before the game, he mentioned consistency. And I think in Counter-Strike, consistency is king, right? And you look at NiP, and the numbers have always been pretty similar. Plopsky and Nork bringing things up the front and looking real damn good. Same can't be said for OG. Like, we've had different players at different times stepping up, and that's all well and good in the context of, like, one map. But when you look at a series, you want to know that you can rely on your star players. And it's like, think back to Inferno, right? Issa looked absolutely incredible. Well, we get onto Train and suddenly he's like nowhere to be found, right? I think now that we look towards Mirage, we need to have like this consistent trio, this consistent bit of firepower on the OG side, or else I'm imagining some problems could start to arise.
Yeah, I think Valde's been, you know, one exception to that rule. He's been great on both maps, but like that's exactly what we expect from Valde. And yeah, I don't even think the problems were on Train, even coming down to like individuals not just performing in the larger context of NiP just being so much better at the map. And that's always been the case with this roster, especially with these role changes that we talked about prior to the series, with how, you know, players are switching into AWP roles. We're not just having Hampus fit into Letcro's system now. He's built his own, and he's leading the charge a lot of the time, which I love to see.
The one thing that's really interesting for me is NiP, they've just switched these roles. Everyone seems to know what they need to do. Their identities are very clear, very set, and that is the problem I feel with OG, because it's varying from map to map, and sometimes it feels like not everyone knows exactly what they need to do. MBK stepped it up on Train, was nowhere to be seen on Inferno. He could be the difference maker as we head into Mirage.
Yes, indeed. The third and final map in this series, and it's Mirage, the middle ground. And my goodness, this is the pistol round. Hello, we're already in it. And look at this, the B site, it's a 2-on-3. Your guess is as good as mine as to how we got here. Nork and Hampus, they're left up. Nork with the tap, but only good for one. It's Hampus in the hot seat on top of the truck, but Valde finds him. And OG, they get the pistol round, a team ace to get them there. And my goodness, talk about a quick start.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the perfect map to finish a series on. We've had two heavy tactical maps in the sense of Inferno. Like, think about how many fakes and how many late executes we had there. But moving into Train, the same story in terms of it being, you know, very tactical heavy. This is a map where brute force is going to be, you know, seen pretty often on this T side, right? And I think Alexa B, especially calling on the T side of this map, is going to be fun to see. But it's a CT start for OG, and NiP, their pistol falls a little bit short. No plant on that B-bomb site either, so just down to the Glocks and a lone P250. Valde pushes towards the top of the middle. He gets overwhelmed. It's a Glock and a P250 finding a kill. Mantu trying to stay alive, but double dink down by the Glock. How the hell has Hampus done this? I don't know. NiP are leading by one, but MBK swiftly trades back. There's still a player at the top of the middle. Rez can't retrieve the gun. He's trapped behind the boxes. And MBK, oh, he just missed Hampus coming in from lower. They're going to hunt down, gun down Rez at the top side. And Hampus with no bomb, no gun, and nothing to do. No 1-on-2.
Yeah, this would be quite the feat. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. So OG, they get that second round locked in, and that's what we wanted. That's what we expect, and that's what we get. Now the buy round comes in for NiP, and yeah, I don't really know how Hampus gets away with two, but he does. You know, the Glock works for some, and it doesn't work for others. That's the way it seems to go.
Yeah, Mantu got caught out with a nade, trying to throw it into under. Hampus was just very quick to react and get on that bench and double dink. Nothing worse than getting double dinked, but what can you do? Fast for NiP into middle as well. They got that top mid smoke down, and Hampus is looking to move around it. It's an A split on the first rifle round with only one man on the A site. It's a pushed close ramp. We got Valde in the con side, and of course MBK able to be freed up and rotate very quickly to a side of his choosing. Smoke fades. Valde moves out right as it does, and Rez closes the distance here towards A.
Oh, well, goodbye, Issa. Hello, Valde. He gets himself two in response as his kind of apology to letting Issa fall within the site. Now, everyone else has gotten out through ramp thanks to that kill from Rez. Flash in, gives Valde a bit of a peek, but he hasn't got much information from it. Nade's now raining in. Molotov's really heating up this bomb site, and NiP, they've not been given much room to maneuver. Alexa B trying to charge in, trying to beat them to the punchline, and there he is. with a double. Plopsky left in the 1v2. 45 seconds left, so he still has time. But that's the only thing going his way, and Mantu's going to put him down. OG, they get off to this 3-0 start. They beat the first rifle round of NiP. And now it's back down to pistols here for the Swedes. This is a good beginning for OG.
I love how OG call those situations. They did it back on Inferno as well on that B bomb site where NiP are unable to get the bomb down. And so OG just try and force kills when NiP are uncomfortable. 2 Molotovs land on default where Plopsky's trying to plant and then a grenade. He's forced to the back of the site and OG just run in through triple and gun him down. NiP, they were hoping for a post plant at the bare minimum. Well, they don't have the money now. And OG, by design, up 3-0, putting these T's on Deagles. It's not the end of the world for NiP. We're early days. Grouped up in the B apartments. Hampus lurking around in middle. It's going to come rejoin them late through under. We've got 2 towards B. MBK low on ammo. He's going to spam. Needs to get that reload in. NiP could push off the back of it, and they've gone through the smoke. NiP about to... MBK about to realize that, and he works out the hard way. Alexi with a trade, but they're already flooding out onto the site and pushing closer than he wanted. Twist with a bomb getting dropped, and Rez followed up on the bench. This is a nice hold from Alexi and NiP. Surely a lost round here.
Yeah, I mean, Plopsky, as good as he's been, this is asking a lot of him. He's going to get dealt with. Mantu providing a double, and Alexi with 3 of his own. It's this 4-0 lead for OG, but here's the reinvestment. And as you know, we kind of saw back on Inferno, NiP, they do their best work where they've got all the plans laid out and everyone's got everything they can possibly need. You have the AWP on Nork. You've got full utility on everyone else. This opens up a lot of options. Nork can be used as like the hammer to break this round open. And then you've got the kind of knives to dissect and finally deal with the inner workings, the strategy. They can throw fakes in. It's a fast play down into lower, and it's kind of a mixed bag, right? They get a 4-on-4, but now Valder is trapped down here. He's going to try and get himself out. Able to do so. So now this 4-on-3 for NiP. Traded swiftly thanks to the double nades in top mid.
Wow, like that's planning for the future. OG, that was all, I'm sure, called before it even happened. The immediate trade under, and then Valdi knows he's going to get repeat from top mid. So even when he does die, he does a lot of damage, and the grenades are all that OG need to keep things even. And that's all they wanted, even. And now it's split 1 per site with the 1 in the middle. MBK spotted everything towards B, but he stands back up and he loses his head in the process, as well as the site. Alexi B can't stop the cross as they jump over his hair. And it's going to be a plant hit for NiP. Best position they've had yet in this map, and Nork makes it better by the second. Mantu with his AWP might want to save in this near undoable 1-on-3. Plopsky's already locking down window as well, so he looks to be on the hunt as Mantu tries to get away with his AWP.
Plopsky is homed in. He is a very clear picture in his mind as to where this AWP is. Plopsky, the Bloodhound, and he's looking to take the AWP away. Now Mantu going to catch the timing, and that's the threat of losing this AWP out the window. Holding on to it is pretty important here for OG, because while they would have had a buy in this round, like regardless, it wouldn't have been very good. And suddenly now with that AWP being held, it actually allows you to have one. Mantu can drop an M4 over. You've got rifles on everyone. Maybe, you know, we see someone like Alexa B take a hit down to an SMG as we kind of come to expect. But this is now fine for OG, and it's all thanks to keeping that AWP in hand.
Yeah, MBK's going to take the MP9, but probably just because he's playing B-Apps, and so that's a position that typically you won't get as much action with, right? Kind of a boring spot, as it were. Alexi B playing over towards A, flashing his teammate in. Rez was blind, but it won't stop him from finding the kill. Is is gone. And that's a great start for NiP, despite OG forcing the fight. It will come out in the favor of the T's. 2 towards connector, and Twist has crept into that position himself. Rez taking the AWP, man. Everyone is AWPing except Twist today. Poor guy. But what can you do?
Ooh. Twist. Oh dear. Ah, there was so much more he could have had there. There was so much more. But sadly, Valder's quick to deal with him. And, well, Nork tiptoeing in as we look over towards the B site. Oh, no. Oh, dear. The timing not great for him. And we're back into a 3-on-3 in the blink of an eye. This MP9 on MBK. Let's get it, MBK. First kill, not the follow-up. Plopsky gets in. And Mantu misses his chance. That Molotov, he's got to be careful. He crosses back into it. Valda left in the 1v1, but Rez peeking out, gets it locked in. NiP with 2. As they just about secure the victory there in round number 6.
That's so big, right? Giving the AWP to Rez as well after he gets tagged on the ramp fight and then he closes out the clutch. Yeah, Mantu, man, I felt like we both predicted that before it even happened. He gets legged. Maybe he didn't realize he was low because the Molotov lands right next to him and he just crosses into it and burns to a crisp. Regardless, it's a round win here for Rez and the NiP boys. And seeing some excitement show up here for NiP as well. The third and final map of this series, the opener of Cologne. Eco now for OG. Low money territory. Hampus is pushed up short. There's a player close by around the corner, another in the ladder. Oh dear, this could get dicey. He needs to check his corners and Valde quick on the Deagle. He's going to get legged by the AWP. He won't actually be able to grab that AK-47. And neither will Mantu, jumping up into the corner, caught on the worst possible timing. Unfortunate start. But still a 4-on-4 here for OG. Still a viable position as that AK now is retrievable. NiP have left middle and grouped up towards B. OG are so tunnel visioned in towards Catwalk that they're about to get pounced on from behind.
Yeah, that's a lot of utility though. So that's given up that this is mainly through the apartments. And MBK hidden away, not going to get away with much. It's Issa providing one, but that is it for him. Alexa B down here in mid. What's he going to do with this USP? Probably not much, you know. Just being real, it's kind of the way the world works. He's going to struggle to get much done with it. It's a third for NiP. And as has been the case throughout every one of these maps, it feels like, you know, we have one of these squads getting off to a really good start, and then suddenly the resurgence comes in, and then that's where we get our kind of back and forth. It's like, as the teams are piecing together exactly what they're up against and coming up with solutions, that's how we see this game go through like these ebbs and flows that now we've come to expect. Honestly, it feels like we're on track to have another just neck-and-neck finish at the end of this first half of play.
Why stop? You know? Let's keep it up. Let's run it back. Alexa B. Oh, he's in the back. Oh, my. What a shot. Any more? Maybe an AK to be grabbed. Nork is holding. Alexi tries to jump up, offset his angle, but Nork still hits both shots that he fires to find the kill. NiP find 3 regardless. Nice exit though, and with NiP only saving 2 guns, technically it's not a profitable round. So OG, their intention was to do damage with the eco, and that's exactly what they get. So a good round from them. Now comes the guns. No AWP though.
Here come the guns. Do-do-do-do. Let's see, Hugo, man. Let's see how they go. Issa aggressive into top mid. Hampus is there, and Issa... Oh, he's flashed, but he still gets it. I have no idea how he gets away with that one.
Issa good, but this is not normally, Harry.
Yeah, it's not normally. Mantu down in lower tunnels as well, stripping another man away. MBK in the apartments, but he might look to evict these tenants. He's not a big fan. One of the more ruthless landlords, I think it's fair to say. Even then, that's not saying much. MBK does get checked. Plopsky dealing with him. And this B site crumbles once again for OG.
Yeah, they had no kit in this round. This is actually a really worrying situation for OG. They need kills, and they need them now as NiP get a bomb plant and have so much utility to cordon off these CTs. Mollies and smokes are plenty, and everyone coming from the catwalk here. One late lurk in the market. Mantu's gone. Popsky follows up, and NiP are just able to cool their peaks and, you know, take these fights with no fear. Tapping away with the AK as Rez to close, and that's a great round for NiP, despite OG being a man up in the post plant. The lack of kit really just forced their hand to play aggressive, and NiP are going to find their 4th. So a strong start for OG, quickly responded on by the Swedes. You might be right after all, Harry. Twist having a slow start, Plopsky quite the opposite. Look at this. What?
I really don't know. I couldn't tell you, Hugo. That one's a little bit disgusting, isn't it, from Issa? Also,
when you can't fist bump,
making a welcome return.
Yes. They may not be here, but we are there.
That's a good way of looking at it.
Keeping a watchful
How often
eye.
can you say that you've been in MBK's bedroom? Probably not that much, I hope. Let's see. 4-4.
I plead the fifth.
An OG. Only with pistols, only with these deagles. Plopsky and Hamper sneaking in towards middle, and Alexa B just missing the timing to see them in the bottom of connector. Issa, after getting caught by Rez sneaking into this position last time, he was much more ready for it. Valde, gonna deliver a double. Mantu's taken down another in the meantime. Now an AK retrieved. MBK gets lost to the cause, and Rez follows up with another. So it's 5 on the board for NiP. But that was just pistols for the OG side. The reinvestment now coming in. Mantu's got the AWP. I really want to see that AWP make a statement right out of the gate. Yeah. Problem is, AWP's found itself in window a hell of a lot, and that has just been getting smoked immediately, as is often the case with this window AWPer. So I wonder if we're going to see Mantu maybe take a bit of a different approach here in round number 10.
He has a spawn for window. He can catch jump if he wants. He can, just hold safe. You can molly it. He goes for the catch up. Maybe I assume he misses it. Drops under. Nice flick from Mantu, and that's a start that OG needed. I thought he was going for the jump, but maybe that was by design after all, because Alexa B was there to assist with the smoke to help him get out. Oh dear, caught in the back. Nork is fast up short, and yeah, OG never saw anyone out the top of middle, so they probably didn't expect him to be that deep. I like the way to force a pick for OG, but unfortunately for them, it's traded. And now NiP, they've gone from very fast rounds and explosive site takes to holding a default in this 4-on-4. They know they don't have a lot of map control. Middle is theirs, but with all of this ruckus going on, underpass at the start, they're wary of an A or a B push. Propsky getting flashed back into the apartments might force Alexa B to rotate back with his AWP. Propsky's not going to get a kill, just a jump spot for MBK for information. Only seeing one player. OG can't afford to gamble or commit with a stack just yet, although it will be ending up on that B bomb site.
Ooh, MBK is going to have to respond with a hell of a lot here. Does have Alexa B to help him. MBK falls immediately, and they know that this AWP is trapped in the site. They wrap him, they get up close. All the distractions coming in from Rez. Rather and Issa, 2-on-3. B, still a problem. And do they want to give this one a go? Save doesn't feel like incredibly appealing because, you're not going to be really keen to invest anyway. But you don't want to be throwing your guns away just to... or just for the sake of it, rather. So they will just hold on, try and play for exits. It's going to be a 6th for NiP. Something I was curious about, I feel like I keep seeing Nork besting Mantu in these head-to-heads. And I went and had a quick look, and on these previous 2 maps in AWP duels, Nork currently leads the way by quite the margin. He's 8-5 over Mantu. And this struggle is kind of feeling like it's continuing and keeping up over here on Mirage. Whenever Mantu gets a kill, it feels like Nork is always there, ready to trade immediately. And unless it's like Mantu winning the fight out onto Nork out of the gate, Nork has just been ahead every step of the way in terms of the trade game.
Yeah, I love that little bait shot from Rez as well as he comes up short. He delays a short take and immediately kills a man on the site. The AWP that's been spotted, that's already found a kill, is focused on Rez's repeak, but he's only jiggling to allow Plopsky to just clear the corner and take him down. Great little decision from NiP to find a clean entry into B and keep the advantage. OG have been forced to save in a lot of these B takes. NiP have been infatuated with that site. Although now things will change. Back to A. Mantu mollied out from under. He does have that smoke to hang around with. Rez on the corner loves his headshots, and he will continue with that. Double entry here for NiP. The A site is theirs. And no contest here for OG with low economy. Valde might want to get out of hit with the AK-47 as his teammates are falling like flies. He is low too, and Plopsky will not allow an escape. Alexa B might need to do it instead, but he's being hounded down, and that's a clean round for NiP. 5 alive, 5 dead for OG. Doesn't get much better than that.
Well, this is scary for OG fans. This was such a good start from OG, right? Like, we were anticipating this was going to be another close half. They go 4-0 up. Since then, I don't know if you remember that happening, but they haven't really been able to do anything. And NiP, and that's the scary thing. It's not like these rounds have been getting closer for OG. If anything, it feels like they've been getting more dominant for NiP. And so I am getting a little bit worried. OG, they need to switch things up. They need a victory. A Mantu delivering an opener has at least put them into a 4-on-5 immediately. And that AWP finally kind of making its presence known early on in this round, and now given time to reposition. For the first time in what feels like forever, there wasn't just an immediate trade from Nork. I think this is also something that Mantu's going to have to adjust to, right? Like there, he repositions. He doesn't re-peek mid. He doesn't go back for more, because NiP haven't let you do that successfully ever, really.
And Nork smoking window late to try and keep whoever's in middle occupied. Hampus is coming in from under as well, so that's also going to block him from getting spotted by the ladder player of Alexa B. MBK has a second AWP on B, which is good considering he's often been getting traded after one on the B takes, but it might hamstring him if they get stuck in a retake scenario. NiP look to take A. The bomb has been spotted towards ramp though, and that's going to force a lot of change here from OG, you'd imagine. Issa jumps up to drop down twist, and NiP, they're in a rough spot right now. Alexa B's making noise, but he's also being very careful. Hampus is waiting for him, and look at that jiggle, not giving away anything. Hampus caught the grenade, will finish him up. Great play from Alexa B. Now it's down to the ramp players. Popsky with an entry. 20 seconds left for them to get this bomb planted, and Alexa B throws out that smoke to give him a bit of room to move. He won't do anything with it just yet. No utility to flash him in or anything of the sort, so OG are going to have to play retake, and that's a shot to start it off. Nork gets tagged down low.
Plopsky has to be the difference maker, and close in the smoke, there's one, but Mantu, trade is in. Nork versus Mantu, and the AWP battle continues. Who wins this one? There's a lot riding on it, and the pressure's on for Mantu. Nork swings out and solidifies it with 3. 8 on the board for NiP, and Nork just keeps on giving up the goods. 8-4 right now. And it's close, but it feels like no matter how close it gets, OG just can't get past this barrier that is NiP.
Yeah, and also what's worth noting in both of the maps we've had so far, NiP haven't won a single clutch despite being here in the third map. Well, already they've won 2 one-on-ones in this game so far, and that's a big change, right, considering OG have often been those clutch kings here in the server. Man, I gotta say as well, Twist, I loved seeing him AWP on NiP, but this is like the best role change I've seen in some time, moving Nork over to that primary. What an explosive player. This guy has no fear. He is manhandling OG. He is playing aggressive. Look at this swing in the post plant on a left eye peak as well. The balls to go for that when Mantu could just be holding you down. What a great player, and what a resurgence for the Ninjas. This could be a very good tournament for them, especially if they started off with a victory here in the third map. OG back on an eco, dealing with a ramp play, but not too well. Rez mows him down.
Well, Alexa B, the Eagle antics, if there ever was the time. It's now. Let's see, what can he do? Gap in this smoke. Sadly, not enough for him to find the kill. And there we go, this one's pretty much all said and done, isn't it? Rez looking into CT, flash goes out. Mantu's hiding in his little hidey hole, the man, 2 cave. And he's just going to wait with the Deagle. Now, will he get rewarded for his patience? NiP, how hungry are they? Mantu's here to tell them the buffet is closed. Oh, actually, it's not. Not at all. Help yourself. 9-4 for NiP, Hugo.
Yeah, this is, it doesn't get much better than this, right? Like you said, remember those 4 rounds were opening rounds for OG, a pistol, an anti-eco that, remember, came very close considering NiP had Glocks. And then the first rifle and eco to follow that. NiP are on a 9-round winning streak, and no signs of slowing down or stopping for that matter. Almost max money on some of these players as well. So OG, they can't break the bank. It's 4 buys until the end of the half, and they've got a double AWP again, this time on Alexa B taking the secondary. Flick shot's good, Rez is gone. Nork's going to go for the trade, but Alexa B's ready for this. Oh, the duck peek, you love to see it. Going below the scope, and Nork keeps things in a 4-on-4 as he often does. That should never be his kill. Like, that just should not be his kill. But yeah, Alexa B aiming a little bit too high. And Norg, a little bit too fly. Ooh, 50 damage and 2 bullets.
Yeah, it's not led to much just yet, though. Hampus is still selling this like B commitment, and at the very, very least, if you want to look at what that's done to OG, is it's kept 2 players here in this B site. If Hampus gets a kill, he throws this whole A side hold into disarray. He does need to get the kill to make that happen. Right now, they've only seen 1 player. They've got 2 in B, and so they feel confident with that. Mid is open, but that's not something that NiP are aware of, nor going to exploit in this execute. The only man who can look to gain much from that is Hampus, wrapping down through the lower tunnels. Setting up now with the smokes and flashes. It's Nork at ramp, looking for the opener. Issa back in CT, hasn't given up his position just yet. 20 seconds left, and Hampus goes for the lengthy rotate all the way through T-spawn. Now the rotation's arriving from OG, and there's the first kill. Man2 with 1. Nork responds. Valder trying to hold the line. The bomb dropped out in the open, but they do deal with him. That plant's got to come in now, and the number's getting plugged on in. Nork holding close, flicks to Con, missed shot, knows now where both these players are. He's trapped and still looking for kills. Finally, Man2 gets the better of him, and it's all left onto Hampus, the man who was at B. He's gone around the world, and now he's got to pick up this 1v2.
I don't know he's still here. As far as they're aware, he could have crossed out. He's going to play the sound, the audio, wrapping around the backside. He's tapped 1, got the second as well. And Hampus, leading by example, 10 rounds on this T side, finding the 3K. The early pressure on B kept OG 2-2. And rotating background towards A is perfect. Trading his teammates out and even winning the clutch. Alexia B may have started it off in middle, but yeah, OG rather had no info towards mid in that entire round. So they were probably waiting for a short split towards that B bomb site more than anything. Last round of the half here, NiP have not dropped 1 since finding their first. Double underpass play. This is netted some success in the past, but if anything, it leaves A very open for the taking in this round. OG are going to have the info. They've cleared up the stairs, but Rez has cleared out Issa on his stairs. That is just unfortunate. Gap in the smoke is going to cost the opening kill. And now NiP just fully committing towards A with that 1 mid lurk. Hampus has been so good on these wrap rounds, but not today. Valdi's ready for it, and there's even MBK in the spawn to make matters worse.
Oh, Rez, he did the famous check, but didn't believe the check. And here comes MBK on the wrap. It's 5 for OG at the end of the first half of play. NiP still leading with a huge margin moving into the second half. This third map is heating up. You don't want to miss it. It's ESL One Cologne, day 1, game 1. Don't go anywhere.
Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why. Get there and you know I've tried. You know I don't wanna waste your time. City lights, I'm looking in your eyes, but I can't say why. Doesn't feel right to call you mine. You know I don't wanna waste your time. I can't get there and you know I've tried, but I can't say why.
holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. All you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and clear my throat.
Welcome back to ESL. Welcome back to ESL One Cologne, powered by Intel. First half, NiP managed to wake up a 10-round win streak. Nork again stepping things up as we go into the pistol round. Rez at Ticket, Nork, is he going to provide a star performance?
We're going to see. Oh, well, Rez actually gets deleted right out of the gate. Plopsky's boosted up here, but there's a smoke, and that's a nuisance, because now the bomb's planted, and it's like you don't really have anything to show for it. A-site is gone. Bye-bye. NiP on for the retake, but OG have had so much time to get set up in these post plants that NiP, this is going to be a very hard round. A very hard round indeed. The bomb is planted open. There's a player at ramp. There's a player in jungle. Dude in connector. It's not looking great. They're going to have to hit some pretty gnarly shots to get back into this one. And while they do get the kills needed and into a 2-on-2, it's still tricky. 1v1 for Hampus. Valdet locking it in. OG get the pistol round. 6 on the board. Kind of comes down to the wire, considering the positioning they had. I thought it was going to be a bit more dominant, especially with NiP just having all 4 players retaken through the same angle. But there's no accounting for individuals in those kind of moments.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I wanted to see OG on this map, right? Alexaby leading and calling is so exciting. Think back to his time in Ents. This map was so good for them as well. And he has really been like a sacrificial lamb in this series at times. It can be hard on the CT side to really have the same weight, but right now, let's see if he can throw it around. As OG find the pistol, they get the money in their hands, and NiP want to put a stop to it as soon as humanly possible, forcing the second with Deagles. That's been a consistent factor throughout all of the second rounds, especially on the CT side we've seen today. Every map, CTs have always forced. So, yeah, like, you know, standard CSGO economy, I think everyone's really waiting for the next change, whatever it will be. But right now, OG, they're just waiting for the take. Fast flash out. Alexaby is going to get run boosted into the middle area. Nork's got the scout from the top of Ticket, but yet to find a shot, and he won't be able to with that smoke down. Almost takes the head off of Alexaby, but not quite. And now OG, they just group for this B take with a short split as well. NiP have read it. They've rotated everyone over, but they don't really have the guns to contest.
Good news, Twist. You might actually get to play a round of CS right now. He's 3-13, and the only man who's kind of had a bit of a rough time for NiP. So let's see now if he can prove his value. OG still committing to this A play, and there's, or rather B play. There's 3 players here for NiP. Twist shuts down the first, and now he tucks himself in. Valdet has snuck out from the window, but they don't clear the truck. Twist in with another, and it's all on Alexaby. He goes down, Twist with 3, and there's Plopsky to round it out. NiP 11 on the board, and it's Twist doubling his kill count in this map to get them there.
That is worst case scenario for OG, right? Like, you've just given yourself the lifeline of the pistol, the chance to bounce back in this series and to still get a win in map number 3. But yeah, losing to a force buy like that, oof. NiP, they had all the info. They rotated everyone over towards the B-bomb site. And the fact that Twist is able to get one, and then OG just tunnel vision that pistol. They try and chase him down. Plopsky's got the crossfire from the car. And all the meanwhile, Nork is firing off scout shots from the market, hitting legs left and right. So, yeah, OG just walking into the full stack. And they'll come to regret it. Pistols for them now. But can they really have the same results? As we know, these force buys often leave you, right? This is a worse force buy than the one NiP had in the previous. So it just gets harder and harder here for OG.
We need a BDP, a big Deeg play. That's what we need in this round, Hugo, from OG. Nork back here in CT spawn. He's going to try and spice things up with this scout. OG, they got their eyes set on A. With 2 players coming in through mid, there's different ways they can go about this. They can try and get into the window to wrap into the site and apply that pressure, or they can go up connector. And they're going to decide to lean in favor of the latter. Rez shutting down the first, and already not the start you were hoping for if you're OG. Here's Hampus down under the scaffolding. He'll take down another, but he does get traded by Valde. And now a weapon retrieved. Nork needs to stay alive, and he can't stand the test of time. Valde in with another, and now things get exciting. OG, 3 kills from Valde, and Twist left it a 1v3. This might be a 7th back on the board for OG as the Force by Wars really have heated up Mirage.
There are those Ds that you're talking about, Harry, coming alive and saving the bacon of OG at really the most important point, right? Like, I think losing this round would have really pushed them over the edge. NiP would have been up 13 to 6 before OG even have the next buy round. So, scary situation averted for the time being. Twist is hanging around. There's an AK and connector. If no one kills him, he can kill them and try and grab it back. But not knowing that Valde's in the window. Oh, yes, he does. He gets the info, but only damage done, not the killing blow. Valde with 4. And like we've said earlier on the desk, Valde has been the one consistent factor across all 3 maps for OG. He has been lights out in every single game today, and that is not changing. Top of the server right now in terms of the kill department, despite OG being down by 4, looking to close that gap. And NiP continuing the Force by Wars. I'm all for it. Twist's first AWP in this series, ladies and gentlemen. Keep your eyes peeled. Let's see what he can do.
He's rolling back the years.
To earlier this year.
Yep. Rolling back those half a years. Let's see what Twist can do with this AWP. He's got it. He's peering down towards ramp. And, well, it's not what you wanted at all. He goes down immediately without even a say in the matter. They've got a lot of kills and they're still ready for Nork. Well, oof, that's a bit of a rough way for that round to fall apart for NiP.
I have it. I have the change that NiP need. Give that to Nork. Solved. No, obviously he had no armor in that round, so that's why he went for it, opposed to Nork, who had M4 under the balcony. And obviously, the second he missed that shot, he immediately got aim punched and spammed in through the boxes that would, of course, do even more damage considering there's no Kevlar behind it. Unfortunate stuff, but OG closing the gap again and really making this series competitive, this final map competitive, which is what we wanted after 2 very back and forth opening maps. I don't want to stomp to finish off the series. And remember, this is only our first series of the day, at least on the A stream. We've got Fnatic versus Astralis coming up later, and that is sure to be a barn burner. Don't miss it.
See, something I really hope that comes out of this AWP change within NiP, because obviously we know that we've had Nork living up to his side of the deal, like looking really good on that AWP. I hope it lights a bit of a fire underneath Twist, like knowing that he's had what was his role, you know, moved over to someone else. You really want to show that you are still very, very competitive and, you know, can still bring the heat. And so I hope that's like his kind of driving force. You think that's happened before, right? Like with MSL donning the AWP because of like Cadian taking IGLing alongside AWPing, or even someone like Maka in Heretics with Navera being in the team, who used to be the AWP player there. You know, like all these reasons kind of come down to like, you know, you feel that extra added bit of pressure to justify your position, to justify why exactly you're the one chosen or maybe not chosen in Twist's case to be donning that weapon. So I hope that's something that we see as NiP continue on this venture, because it feels like that's the case for Nork. I just want to see that be the same for Twist. Now, there's a little stack here. Problem with that is like, you know, the bigger you are, the harder you fall. And when you're 2-man tall, you fall that much harder. Here it is, the A play coming on in, and down underneath the balcony, it's a man named Rez, but he's probably not here much longer. Mantu bests him, and this A site belongs to OG.
Ooh, fast CT rotations. Hampus actually had a full belter utility, but immediately goes for the Deeg fight and loses all of it. That's certainly not what they wanted, but it wasn't eco after all and will be long forgotten. 11-9. This is no longer a one-sided show, a 10-5 half that has certainly gotten competitive. 4-1 in the second half for OG. Lexi B back on the Mac 10. He has the money. They've got a B spawn, and they're going to be using it. I like this. Very... Oh, actually, no. Going towards middle, rather. I assume they were just going to dive out with that SMG, but Alexibi might want to run up Cat instead. The bomb's in apartments, and Nork is smoked in the window. The Molotov does nothing. They run right past it. Rez has a gap. He can actually get info at a bare minimum. Alexibi will spam him, but he'll spam right back with 2 and traded in the blink of an eye. Alexibi finding that kill through the smoke with a MAC-10, and there's still a double B hold here for NiP, but not for long. Alexibi making matters worse, and Valdi doubling up inside of the site. I like that fast approach for OG. It's kind of what I hoped for in these rifle rounds, as we didn't really get much of that on train. Very aggressive, very annoying to deal with, and NiP now broke up against 10.
This was 10-5 at the end of the first half of play in favor of NiP, and so OG have done a stellar job to get back to this point, and I do think that, as we've highlighted a number of times now, Valde deserves a lot of the credit for it. Both here on Mirage and back on Train and Inferno, he was the guy to be keeping an eye on. So dependable. And MBK's already mentioned, OG want to focus on consistency. Well, they have got Mr. Consistent in the server. You just need the other 4 of them to find their footing and continue this upwards trajectory in this game. We're very close to Omni Plopsky, aren't we? Very intimate with Plopsky.
I'm just waiting.
Really, with all of NiP.
I'm just waiting for Alexibi to start doing pull-ups, dude, in like tack pauses, you know? He's got that pull-up bar behind him, or at least did. Back for RTR. Right now, it's OG in command and control. Not the lead, but that looks soon to change. Twist on the Zeus is certainly what I like, but he's in the wrong place on the wrong side of the map. Issa mollying out Nork and catching that kill as he flies up the ladder to his death. NiP, look at the map. They are fully smoked out of the site. They may have 4 players here, but no one has any stake in this round. No one has any position. A smoke beginning to fade. Twist might just want to tuck in close to use that Zeus, but Issa chases him down. And yeah, this is an OG round through and through. My God, it is getting brutal.
I'm kind of lost for words as to how this turnaround has happened, Hugo. Yeah. Like, NiP were looking so damn good. And now they can't seem to hold on to either of the sides, really. There's just problem after problem. The double AWP was the solution when this is what they were running into back on Inferno. It was Hampus and it was Nork picking it up. Well, now we've got one of those back in the hands of Twist, the man who used to AWP on this squad, replaced by Nork. They've both got one now. Is that going to be the difference maker here on Mirage?
Ooh, the mid-control is the answer for NiP, or at least they seem to think so. But OG, they see the spam and they immediately leave that position. Mantu wants nothing to do with it. Doesn't have it all of his own, despite the money being maxed out for OG. Still just focusing on these fast split plays towards a bomb site. It's going to be A in this one. 3 smokes coming down from the ramp side. Valdi moving up towards the connector. Plopsky hiding in the window, this boost. Oh, is this not going to check it? And that's going to be a free kill. Opening up for NiP. He is trapped in the corner, and he's just mollied himself as well. Luckily, a smoke to extinguish said flames, but OG are committing towards A, and NiP are ready for it. 3 on this side of the map right now. Make it 2.
Yeah, Valde, as he often does, is able to find an opening kill to maybe make something happen, and a missed shot from Nork, uncharacteristically so, leaves Hampus up the creek without a paddle. He goes down. Noise made by Valde in the apartments, and this could be everything, right? Like, the bomb is going back. Twist is here. He's heard it, so he's called for an early rotation, but a missed shot. Twist, he's got to connect this. If he gets this kill, that can make all the difference in the round, but he's caught looking the wrong way. Valde just gets down into the site and deals with him, and now keeps the aggression going. Finally, they deal with Valde. It's Plopsky to deliver it as the 2 Titans clash, and now Plopsky knows he's got to do something remarkable. He gets inside of the site, and it all hinges on him, but Mantu's holding down the angle. Nork 1v3. MBK shuts him down, and it's 12 on the board for OG.
Oh, Twist, man. He even dodges the flash, but actually that flash wouldn't have blinded him from the position he was in. So, you know, even just holding down the line and taking the shot would have made all the difference there. He was scared of short, but if you think back to how that round started, NiP cleaned up middle. They mowed down through the smoke, and there was no one there, so no mid-split from OG. They were simply just running from A to B through the spawn side, and Twist making an assumption that just wasn't the reality. OG coming in late through the apartments and winning the round off the back of it. That is a heartbreaker for NiP. Plopsky tries his hand at the back of the site, dropped by Mantu holding, and even Nork unable to get out the market door. This is the OG that I kind of expected in this T side. I just didn't think it would be this clean cut. Super aggressive, super decisive. And the aim is there as well. It has been throughout the series. NiP have not got an answer to the problems presented just yet. They won their second round force, and since then it's been 6 in a row for OG. This is an excellent map from them. Another eco for NiP, and OG surely going to lead by 2 after this one.
MBK is going to beat Mantu to the punch there with the kill in mid. Down goes Twist, and now the A side's gone, and now they can just walk on in, but they're not going to. They're just going to hold. They're just going to wait, because these pistols, they know the pressure is on NiP. So OG, the longer they wait, the more they're rewarded, and they're getting more and more info by the second. They're getting more and more kills, and it's like now 5v2, you don't even really have to worry as to where you try and end up. It's only Hampus left. While he does get that 1 kill, really, at this point, you want to be hunting him down. Your money's great. You don't want him to get away with any freebies. You don't want him to be happy with himself. You want to rub salt in the wounds. You want to take away everything you can, and that's what they're doing. Look at OG go. The hunting squad, the death squad is in. Hampus gets 1, and for the time being, there's a temporary 1v1. Oh, there's a smoke, but he's... What? He almost gets by. Mantu holding it. That was almost a little slippery round from Hampus. But he wasn't ready for players to be so deep, already hunting him down. Double AWPs have come back out for NiP. It's Twist and Nork donning them. I haven't been impressed at all with Twist here on Mirage. It's a bit of a shame to see such a fall from grace for what was such a talent in this NiP squad really struggling here. Maybe if that picks up, I think NiP is still in with a chance. But right now, he is just feeling like a bit of a problem here for the Swedes.
They need whatever they can get, man. It's not like NiP have even really been close in these rounds or competitive. You know, every round the OG have won since the third of the half, they've had 3 to 5 players surviving. You know, we've not seen clutch attempts. We've not seen, you know, even OG in uncomfortable positions yet. So it's not just simply coming down to one man, as much as I agree. OG are in full control right now. This is a masterfully called T side by Alexib and co. Hampus close ramp, he might get flashed in, there it is. Bit of damage, and he takes down MBK, dropping a smoke at his feet as well. Alexib trying to trade, but he's still tucked in the corner. The flash is good, but he's going to play inside of the smoke. Surely they're ready for this. Valdi's not. With his back turned, Hampus doubles down, and more spray before he trades the gun and catches a man out of the apartment. Hampus on for the ace, but he'll only get 4. I say only. Not a bad try by any means. And now Alexib is stuck in a clutch of the ages. Undoable, if I were to say so myself.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it, right? Alexib, AWP in hand, 40 seconds left on the clock. The bomb dropped out at ramp. That smoke could give him a bit of freedom to try and nab it. But even then, like getting the bomb, that's like one of many, many hurdles still to get over. Plopsky holding close to the smoke, looking to pull a Hampus as it turns out, and he's going to do it. 12 for NiP. Hampus steps up. He's sick and tired of trying to put the others in good positions to get the job done, and he just does it himself down at ramp. This was honestly so great. Like, that is a masterful round of using this smoke to your advantage. So comfortable. Gets Mantu through it. If I'm Mantu, I'm raging after that one as well. Like, he's already killed 3, and then you get 1 tap spray in the smoke. 12 to 13. And Hampus might have just given NiP a lifeline in this map.
Yeah, they needed that for the money alone, right? That would have been 14 on an eco for NiP. So certainly saved them in the short term, but it's still not going to be an easy feat to find the win here. And I'm so glad that this is tightened up, you know, on both sides. As close as it comes, as this series has been throughout. OG waiting towards B in this one. They've got Issa alone on the A side of things. Rez has taken ramp room as well, so he's got advanced positioning, advanced information. Won't hold it for too much longer, but at least has the spot. And knows that no one is moving towards A for the time being. That deep smoke could be a problem. Twist is alone on an island on this side of the map. He has no teammates, not even on short side as well. So for the player that is struggling the most here for NiP, this is very, very scary. But right now, OG might have changed their mind. They're coming in through underpass, and little do they know they could have almost certainly taken the B site with a trade. Well, now they're going to be walking into the more stacked of the two.
Really leaving this one down to the wire. They smoke off top connector. This leaves them in a spot where they've got to go through that.
Yeah.
They've got so little time. Like, they've got to pull the trigger and they've got to go now. And they've got to run through their own smoke as a result. A re-smoke comes in from NiP. This is messy. Flash goes over the top of Con. They have to get into the site. MBK and Valder will deliver. Rez holding close, and he's got Nork back in CT.
Oh.
But Alexa B deletes him. How have they made something happen in this round? Bomb plot going in with 2 seconds to spare as it goes down. OG, they've got their stopwatches out. They trust in the calls from Alexa B, and they find a 14th on the back of it. In spite of walking in through a smoke, into a site that was stacked with 4 players, that is absolutely mind-blowing from OG, the fact that they're able to pull that one out of the hat.
Poor Twist as well. Dies to Valde's 3K. He's dropping 31 right now. What a storming performance from Valde. We know how talented Denmark is in Counter-Strike, but it's not even just sole Danish teams, but Danes in other teams. We've got Kjærby on FaZe to keep an eye on. Valde and OG, the 2 on Complexity as well. What a performance. 3 in that round, and OG just find every kill they need at the point that they need it. Rez, he gets a kill on ramp. He tries to tuck Tetris. He knows the time is low. He just needs to stay alive. But even then, Alexi B hounds him down for the trade, giving no way back in for NiP in that round. And, rubbing salt in the wound, insult to injury, is Twist not even being able to get away with that AWP. They chase him down to the ends of the earth. And even though NiP may have found 1 round in a sea of losses, it's instantly recovered by OG, putting NiP in a very bad situation. Economy, not great. But that's the least of their worries. They got to win this one right here, right now, if they want to even hold on to this map.
Yeah, I mean, to this series, right? Like, as we said, it's been so back and forth all day long. It was an overtime map 1, a 28-round game in map 2. And this one now could be OG on the comeback. Mansu found early on. Rez was the man to secure it. Now this is the brakes being pumped for OG. They slow down, but I say that, Alexa B, like, he doesn't really know the meaning of the word slow down or the phrase. He's running down into the bottom of mid with an AWP in hand and the bomb on his back. Like, this guy is absolutely just insane. And let's see if he gets rewarded for it. Waiting patiently, his teammate's still at ramp. Alexa B so confident that he's not going to get peeked from anywhere else. He's not even unscoping, not even considering anything else. He has his eyes fixated on this Con to A play. Rez looks away. The timing could be bad, but he goes back in time, doubles up. Rez has delivered it all in this round, as Issa is now left in a 1v4 that should never happen, especially not with Hampus in the Palace. 13 for NiP. As they now close the distance themselves. I mean, we wanted a back and forth game, and in like a weird way, this is back and forth, but in the essence of the entire half, not necessarily round by round.
Double AWP out as well for NiP, right? Again, Twist armed with that. It's good to see. I mean, he's just been avoided. We talk about B-side players not getting much action with like MBK in the first half, but Twist, man, he's had like 1 round where they've actually attacked him on B, other than the eco in the second that they won. And yeah, he's just been either saving or getting killed on exits. So it's not exactly easy for him. Feels like OG might want the B-site this time. They've got 2 in the apartments and 3 at the top of middle with a run boost to be used. But of course, we've seen them set up towards B and drop under and go for late A's anyway. Nork is under to deny that exact fact, but will Alexi catch him as he moves through middle? Connector play out, forced back by the Molotov, that's Rez. Nork comes out from under to try and check middle, to try and re-attack this position. He's got Alexi B cornered, and now he himself is trapped in the underpass. They might hunt him down, but no, it seems like OG just want to elevate the pace. Twist finding another AWP kill here. 2 of them so far for NiP. Rez has dropped MBK in middle through the smoke, and Twist is having the round that we have been waiting for all game long, and it's coming right when NiP need it. A 5-on-1, man-2 alone. This is looking like NiP taking us to a 30-round game.
Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, like, this is exactly what we wanted at NiP. They've dug deep. They've somehow resurged. I think you got to commend them for having the ability to dig themselves out of this hole from a 10-5 half to OG just stringing together so many rounds. What was it, 6 in a row? Or was it 7 in a row? 7 in a row. That is unreal, right? And then they find themselves in that 12-11 position. OG taking the lead, surging towards match point, and now NiP,
here it is.
Pendulum has swung back their way. OG, last-ditch attempt to get this one to match and series point. It's going to be a B play. It's back to basics, but Plopsky and Twist here, prime, ready and waiting. Smokes go down. They're going to cut Twist off with that AWP, but in comes Nork in the market with an AWP of his own. So while they've dealt with one, there is another. Plopsky waiting on the other side of the smoke. Spam comes in and he gets shut down. Twist catching one. Didn't even really see him. Peeking over the top of that smoke, he gets it. And we're into a 4-on-4, a fitting way to decide who reaches match point. Issa opening up, and NiP now tasked with deciding, do they want to go for this in a 3-on-4?
They've got a bit of money left. They may as well have a look in. Nork's got the corner shot. Man2 caught that close smoke in front of bench. Gives NiP the room to move out of the market. They haven't cleared Alexi, though. He's so low in the corner. Nork going to go for the jiggle. Alexi with a headshot. Rez trades, and it's all down to the man in the apartments, the Molotov. MBK pushes ahead of it. He's burning, and Rez is going to find the headshot. Just enough time for the defuse. It's match point for NiP. 15-14. My, oh my. 3-on-4 retake, Harry. These guys just don't give up.
Oh, honestly, when Alexa B got that kill over towards bench, I thought it was all said and done, but no, they were able to dig deep. They somehow pulled through.
MBK had to go through that molly as well. If Rez throws that molly and just dives on the bomb, MBK's screwed. He's too low to do anything else. It's just the standing up. It's going back for the fight that leaves him lost. And NiP, well, now they're the ones holding the chance to close this series. But we've already seen an overtime to open up the day. Why not close one with it as well?
Ooh, Twist. Ooh, come on, Twist. If there ever was a time, once again, like, he's been good when it's kind of mattered, so let's see. Nork goes down. Rez holding connector. Rotations coming in from NiP. We're looking at the others to try and make all the difference right now. Rez hidden in this smoke. They're back-to-back. He's fired. He might have given up the aim of the game. Alexa B returning. It's awkward. It's ugly. It's really not what you want in round 30. The nade doesn't finish off Alexa B, but Hampus does. And we're into the 3-on-3. This is it. It's all or nothing for OG. The bomb down. Valde up in the apartments. He loses Issa. Tagged by Rez. Man2 delivering one. There's the follow-up, and it might be enough. Overtime locked in as OG get us there. Third map, second OT on the first day of Cologne. OG, my goodness. Valde and Man2, the tag team, the duo, they get us there.
Counter-Strike is back, baby. I would love to hear the team comms in this game because it is so hectic, it is so fast, and it is so uncertain as to who's taking this series in overtime. Double AWP is back out. Money is everywhere, and for everyone. Nork's going to get flashed out of middle. He can't fight con side. OG setting up towards B. Man2's going to be clearing under. They're not rushing or running the gun. Flashed out. They know that Nork has been frequently in this position. I mean, both teams have double pushed it on the CT side from time to time. And then it all goes quiet. OG creeping. They're crawling. coming in through the under. NiP heavy setup close towards the ramp. Rez ready to deal with Issa coming out of the Palace. We've got MBK at the top and middle. The rest of OG could boost window. We've really not seen a whole lot of that. But with mollies and smokes landing in, it cuts off any lines of sight from a player tucked. OG looking towards a connector instead. They have had no fear in pushing through this smoke. And no flash behind it, not yet at least. Mantu could set one up from the top and middle. It seems like that's where he's going to do. Here comes a flash. Nork needs to move. He's been blinded. Alexi's up on the stairs. Mantu with his back turned. No cover from his team. There's the Palace luck, but Rez does deal with it as supposed. Two towards the ramp. Hampus needs to help out because Rez has been overwhelmed and Alexi B is still considering the position. There's still one more man to find, and Hampus is going to peek out, finding MBK with a flash in hand. He's trapped. He's tucked, and Valde, he's going to take him down, catching OG stuck with one smoke to cross back to the site.
Oh my goodness, it's a stalemate. It's a stalemate. Plopsky out from stairs. Stairs down Valde. Alexa B falls, and it's a team ace for NiP. 16 on the board. The first in overtime goes their way. This has been so back and forth. It barely even feels like it makes sense. The resilience that both of these teams at two different points in time have demonstrated to get us here is just unreal. But there's only room for one victor. And NiP, they've taken the first steps to get there at the very, very least.
Here we go. 16-15. NiP leading by one, but if there's one thing you can learn from this series, it's that the lead means nothing and can turn at any time. OG, they don't know about this, but Rez has pushed up the top of middle, cleaning up Mantu. That's the better of two kills, because MBK was already tagged, and he now sits on 4 HP. There's the entry. Twist goes wide, right as Valde peeks in, and he just does not stop giving on this T side. An entry into B. Issa follows up. The low HP on OG could be a calamity, but Valde's going to find more and more kills. Molotov's become twice as dangerous when we've got MBK and Issa on 8 points of health combined. Hampus coming up from the catwalk, and Nork with the York to make it all happen. Oh no! Alexi with a one man with health is let down low, and now it's down to the two low boys to go high.
Oh, MBK spotted. 5 bullets left. Down goes Nork. Issa swinging out as well. Hampus gets caught, and it's MBK. 4 points of health. He locks it in for OG. A 2v2, I have no idea, right? They've got 4 HP, MBK's got 5 bullets, one more bullet than he has health. He swings out, takes down the first man, and then goes back in for even more. The madman. Him and Issa play that perfectly, right? For two players to be so low, the fact that they split up and just hold either side of the choke point, they force an engagement to be taken by NiP. They force them to have to fixate on one of those positions, and while that's happening, they're just playing the trade game. They're playing off contact, and they get it locked in. This round now, Hampus opens up with that kill onto Issa. And so for OG, whatever the plan was, they might have to rethink this one.
Valde has 37 kills. Someone give this man a pat on the back, regardless of result. He has been doing the damn work. Team effort from OG. But you do love to see it. Alexi B getting boosted up to look towards the window. We've really not seen any window boosting. I can think of one example where Issa jumped up and got cleared by a man hiding in the corner. OG have not been keen to repeat that mistake, but there's been no one there to watch and wait. It's only Nork in the spawn. MBK's got catwalk and ladder. Notice that bomb is still dropped to the top of middle. Not an issue yet, but if OG get a kill and they want to push off the back of it, then that's going to be very difficult. So Mantu goes back to pick it up. Only one flash left on this T side is a bit of a danger for clearing these positions, especially when you're already a man down. Mantu comes in through the apartments. It's going to be a B split here. They may have the window. It's all down to Nork's rotation, right? Alexi B wants to backstab, and Nork's actually gone towards A. That's great, because Alexi's heard every footstep. He knows what's happening. 29 seconds, Nork gets a shot. That is ridiculous, and now they should know this B play's coming through. Plopsky's waiting in the wings.
Yeah, this is who you would want for a time like this. That Molotov's gone too deep, and they might think now that Van is mollied out. Plopsky could do so much from this position, as OG are going to completely discount it. He takes down Mantu, and with just 8 seconds left, time is the problem for MBK. 17 for NiP, and a Molotov betrays OG, allows that bomb to get dropped, and then it all falls apart.
This has been a game of T-sides, and that does not bode well for OG right now. Dear, oh dear, NiP, they found 10 T rounds in a row in that regulation half. We thought it was over. We thought it was done after, they found a force in the second as well. And then OG, they go and find 7 in a row as well. So the pressure's on, especially for OG. A round down in the third map on the harder half so far in the series. Nork's got the AWP. Double up for OG, Alexibi joining Mantu, and that is the result. Quick kill in the window. They mollied the smoke, and so NiP's window smoke did not work wonders. Alexibi will, though. Another opening kill. It's a 5-on-2. Blink and you miss it. This round is done and dusted. Sweep it under the fridge. 17-17. We run it back again.
Under the fridge? That's an odd place to be storing it, Hugo.
Yeah, dude, when I drop ice, you just push it under the fridge, man. It melts. You never have to think about it.
You need to buy yourself a carpet.
And then get it all wet and icy.
Just clean up after yourselves, people. It's
well,
that
learn
simple.
to use ice.
Yeah, that works too. But let's see. I mean, this game feels like ice. It's a bit of a slippery surface right now that neither team get a firm grasp on. Alexibi down here in towards middle. His shot there. He does get spotted, moving on over in the process. Alexibi going back in. They say second time's the charm. Let's see if that's the case. Uh-oh, they're behind the smoke, but that could be a collateral waiting to happen. Alexibi, oh, so damn close, but not quite. Just one. Alexibi, don't go back for a third. There's playing for kills, and then there's the ingredients. He'll fall on back. He'll take his position in ladder room. He's more than content with that. OG sat in a 5-on-4. Rez out into middle. He's looking. Where's Alexibi gone? That's a real question as well, because it's Alexibi. Like, he could be anywhere. Still just waiting in the ladder room. This is going to make him that much more available to this B site when this hit comes in. So if NiP commit to this, that's going to tempt them. That's going to get them in. And now they see the AWP of Mantu. They might think that's Alexibi. No. Now they know. Plopsky falls. Mantu still alive, but only just. Alexibi AWP over at short, and he's lighting them up. Alexibi with 4 and 18 on the board for OG. Match and series point. And so once again, it boils down to just one round. Either we run it back, we go for another overtime, or OG managed to get it past the keeper in the final few moments to secure the victory here in their opening series.
Hey, I got nowhere else to be, Harry. I know we got a Stratos Fnatic in a minute, but we can put it on the back burner. We can delay it a couple of hours, because right now, this game is a game that keeps on giving. That smoke misses for Mantu. It doesn't put out the Molotov. It bounces on the left side, and that is very unfortunate. Oh, dear. He's not going to take too much damage, but will deny his chance to peek. Middle is now controlled and contained by NiP. About it, looking for his 40 bomb. This could be the round to do it and to close the series with it. The pressure is on. Everyone knows it. No one wants to be the first man to die on either side. OG want to close it out before they have to continue with more rounds. Have you not think they've played enough Counter-Strike today? Well, NiP don't seem to think that.
Hey, let me tell you, like, they clearly miss CS. They clearly miss playing it. Like, the player break ended, and they're like, man, let's just play as much as we can, and we love them for it, because we've missed CS as well. Valde over here in the window. Smoke is down. He's trying to peek over the top and just hold for this this window boost that right now looks like it's never going to arrive, but that's kind of the problem. You never know. Instead, it's 3 players up through connector towards this A site. Alexibi here. This time, no heroics from Alexi. Valde in with 1. Issa falling. Rez double kill on the entry. Plopsky's down and out for the count. And it's Valde propelling them into a 3-on-3 retake at this A bomb site. Mantu back in CT. MBK and Valde down connector side, and Hampus deleting MBK. Mantu putting it into a 2v2 now. Bomb ticking down. Molotov forces Twist out. Someone's going to try get this kill. Oh. Twist answers the call. Mantu caught with the knife out, and it's another overtime, baby. Woo. Series 1. And OG and NiP, they've got even more to give.
It's no tech delays, it's game delays. We are going to be doing this into the night, Harry, and I have no complaints. What an insane round for Twist, man. We've already talked about him having a rough game, but that is the step up. That is the play that we needed here for NiP. He gets double mollied, but the player in CT doesn't even see him cross out. Valde's forced to fight that one-on-one as Twist has cover from the spawn, and he's going to win both of them. What a mad lad. Valde, 41 kills, doesn't even matter. We go again, first to 22. And back on the CT side, OG wait in the wings. Norg flashed up towards the connector. Ooh, Twist, fully blind, but no one capitalizing. We've not seen a keen CT side to fight middle, with the exception of dropping under and Alexi B jumping cat. OG favored on those GG bet odds, but right now, your guess is as good as mine. Bad.
Well, this round is a bit of a guessing game in and of itself, you know, like they're just leaning towards B, and there's not really been much of a hint that's like bigging up the B play. They're just going for this out of spawn. They wait, and now they execute. MBK and Alexa B, there's already one up close, and Alexa B actually gonna get helped out by his teammate. It's Plopsky with a double. Now looking to do a bit more. 1v3, and he needs an ace to get there. This is asking a hell of a lot. Mansu holding down the angle, missed shot. Plopsky in with another, and now the 1v2. A real chance. Oh, damage onto Valde, but not quite. 19 for OG. A damn good try from Plopsky, but not enough to find the round for NiP.
We had our first ace in this series, Harry. I would be down with our first 1-on-5 as well. Pretty damn good try, but yeah, Valde, he's not going to let go of the hot coals. He will hold them till his hands burn off. 43 to his name. Plopsky, great try. Some excellent shots. At this point, money doesn't matter. Remember, 16k MR3, the way the OT should be played, in my opinion. No saves today, fighting for every single round. You have to see any auto snipers, but there's always time. There's always another OT. Who knows? But OG are holding the win by the skin of their teeth. One up, 19 to 18. I can imagine the pauses are pretty much done at this point, if not many rounds ago. The AWPs, they're not. They're back out in full force. Norg with one, Mantu the other. Smoked in the window again. We've been seeing him sometimes molly that position to try and fight out, but not going to look to use that utility today. And luckily enough, because NiP don't send anyone in towards middle, just a molly towards Con. And that's it.
Silence falls across the map right now. NiP sneaking in through lower. The bomb, it's still dropped back in apartments, so they're going to try and rotate back to grab that. I mean, Znork's not really in like the most permanent position right now. He's the man responsible for nabbing it. Alternatively, you can send one of these lower players on that mission back through the apartments. They try and get up into window. Issa. Ooh, hello. They're going to silent boost up onto the cinder blocks and get a man up into ladder room, a little bit deeper than perhaps OG are ever ready for. Now, with no one keeping an eye on mid, this is something that OG are already considering, right? Like, it's not going to be a mystery as to how a player got into ladder. But let's see how this influences the round in question. Issa, is he ready? Two players here as he swings on out, and Rez catches him. Valde falling shortly thereafter, and the A site right for the taking. Mansu, he's got to deliver. He's got a lot to answer for now as this push comes in. Mansu with another, and looking to seal the deal, but Plopsky finds him. 2-on-3. Nort gets scored, changing weapons at the wrong time, and does get finished off by Alexa B. 2-on-2. Your guess is as good as mine as to how this round pans out. It has been so back and forth. This bomb ticking away.
Is this a molly?
Ooh, Alexa B, another one. Molly on the bomb, but they've already nabbed it. They grabbed the defuse. MBK with a bit of a mind game there. Hops on the bomb, scopes in while he's on the defuse, so they don't peek. They delay it by just a moment. And in doing so, OG sniped the defuse away. 20 now to their name.
Yeah. Rez went for the flash to set Plopsky up in the jungle side, but Alexi chases him down, and that's the big detail, that's the big difference. If he went for the molly first, it would have just been the round win for NiP, more likely than not. But trying to look for fights, instead should be looking for fire, and Mantu, he's looking to fire back in middle. Again, Molotoving on the smoke to give him a gap, to give him a view, but Rez doesn't care. He's running right past it, already up the catwalk, mollied off by OG. They don't give him any sanctuary. Issa dropping twist close on ramp. That smoke had a big gap. Oh, Hampus is waiting in the fade. It's about to fade, and there it is. Valde getting caught. The man we've been so often looking to here for OG is down and out early on in a 4-on-4. If OG win this round, they're clean sweeping CTOT. And again, this has been a game of T-side, so that might just be their ticket to a victory in this opening game. Hampus, I don't know if he got spotted there. That player on the back just turned around, and he's got given a chance to get to behind the enemy line. Mantu is still holding, though, with the AWP, and NiP, they desperately want this B-bomb site.
Oh, MBK. Ooh. Goes blow for blow with Nork, and both players miss. Molly, I think that's a little too shallow to force MBK out of position. Hampus catches the timing now, and Alexi does go back to check it. Still 2 players in B, but down goes MBK. Mantu falls, and it's all on Issa. Plopsky so good at opening up these bomb sites. He's done it once again. And now Issa in a 1v2 clutch. OG looking to clean sweep the half, as you say, but NiP, they're going to do everything in their power to stop them from getting there. Issa spotted. They know where he is now. They don't have to overexert themselves. They don't have to pressure this. The longer they stay in this 2v1, the better. Like, the moment you lose Plopsky, things get scary, and they never even worry about that. It's 19 for NiP, 20 for OG.
I have no idea what's happening, Harry. I have no idea where this is ending. And if the rest of Cologne, if the rest of the games continue like this, we might have to add a week onto the schedule.
I think what we're seeing here, gentlemen, is the start of a beautiful rivalry. This one is going to run and run. Forget NiP versus Fnatic. It's all about new NiP versus the original OG.
And thinking of last time these guys played earlier in the year, yes, albeit with different rosters, but that was a dominant 2-0 win for NiP where OG got 12 rounds in the series across a best of 3. Right now, we're getting like 12 rounds in OT. That's not even possible, but it's somehow happening. Alexi B speeding up the pace and running into the B site. He's got the entry on Rez. Through the smoke, damage done. Hampus still here and alive and kicking, but gets kicked back down. And OG with the smokes down in front of NiP are going to be able to at least get this plant. That molly misses.
Yeah, tiny bit too shallow. And now that bomb's planted as a result. Plopsky is already out short side, but MBK's seed him. And now that's a tantalizing prospect. If you're OG, they isolate him. Mantu in with another. And it's Nork 1v4. Issa puts him in the ground. Match and series point for OG at 21-19.
That means nothing, though. We've had this 1,000 times, Harry. And here we are, still in overtime. NiP not looking to drop the ball just yet, but OG might just grab it from their hands. No pauses, no breaks on this train. Double AWP is back out in full force. Hampus had it on B in the previous, finding one. Nork, I will say, has gone very quiet in OT. He had 25 kills at the start of this OT, I'm pretty sure. And here we still are with 25. It's a rough spot. If he can find a couple more openers, do what he's been doing all day long, that could be the difference maker. That could be the OG breaker, but 3 out into middle, he gets spotted. Alexi B running right down towards the connector. It gets smoked off. Won't be able to go through that anytime soon.
Ooh, artillery over here in middle. No one dares setting foot in the connector. That goes both ways. OG with a very, very slow approach. And I like that. You know the pressure's on NiP at this point in time. It's very easy to get lost in the excitement of this series. But remember, for NiP, like, this has been a very hard-fought battle. We are 41 rounds deep into a game of CS. They've been fighting all day. They've been looking good all day. And now it's them one away from having this best of 3 stripped away from them. So pressure really is on the Swedes. And OG are just letting them stew in that right now. Valde down here in lower tunnels. creeping his way up into the connector. Rez crossing over the stairs, gets spammed, but they don't know. They don't realize. Flash goes over, and Alexa B gets it. Hampus with this AWP, blindsided by Issa. Valdean with even more. And now just Nork left to find. He goes down. Mantu's there to send them home, and it's OG. 22 rounds. They get the best of 3 over and done with smiles on their faces. It's a 2-1 finish for OG in our first best of 3 on the mainstream at Cologne. My good, I mean, if this was anything to go by, you don't want to be anywhere else. You want to be here. You want to be watching Counter-Strike, because my word, have we missed it. Stick around. There's even more still to come.